Anyway, good morning, everybody. Can everybody take a seat? I'm very glad to welcome you here in the Economic and Social Committee, but the real person to welcome you is a member of the Economic and Social Committee, Mr. Moreno. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Very welcome to all of you to our house, to the premises of the European Economic and Social Committee. As you know, you are now in your own home because this is the home of the organized civil society at European Union level. The European Economic and Social Committee is the voice of the European Union civil society, and we are established since the very beginning of the European Union construction, and now it's a pleasure to receive you to talk and to debate about a very worrying issue, a very important issue, a crucial issue, as is the fight against gender-based violence, against violence against women and girls. The ECC has a very active role in the fight against gender-based violence. We were required by the Commission about the proposal of directive in 2021. You know that our institutional role is to make opinions, is how we show our voice, of our vision about the legislative and the legal agenda of the Commission, at the Parliament, at the Council. And we were required by the Commission to express our opinion about the proposal of Commission directive against for directive combating violence against women and girls. We wrote our opinion. It was approved by almost unanimous position of all the members of this committee. It was approved in July 2022. I'm going to give you next 5 copies. You have more of this in the official web page of the committee. It is our opinion. I give you 5 in color copies. We approved this opinion, and we wrote it was approved before the final approval of the directive. And the position of the European Economic and Social Committee regarding the directive is very critical of the content of the draft in this moment. That was finally the final directive that was approved later. We are writing 23 recommendations, 23 conclusions, and I'm going to choose among them a few of them. One of the conclusions that the committee is saying, in our opinion, is that policies against gender-based violence, policies against violence against women and girls must be no neutral. They have to be they have to have a gender and feminist perspective to deal with gender-based violence, first of all. Secondly, gender-based violence has to be included as Eurocrime in the list of Eurocrimes content in the Article 83 of the Treaty of European Union. I was talking before with Agnes regarding the lack of political will of the European Union to include in the list of Eurocrimes the gender-based violence, as included other crimes very recently. For example, sanctions against countries that don't respect the sanctions against Russia, for example, has been included as a new Eurocrime in a very few sort of term of time, in very few months. They have approved a new Eurocrime to be enlarged in the list of Eurocrimes, but not gender-based violence as a Eurocrime. We asked to be included as Eurocrime. We asked also the urgent ratification of the Istanbul Convention by all the European member states. You know that nowadays we have 5 that haven't signed but not ratified the Istanbul Convention. Of course, the International Labour Organization Convention 190 against violence and harassment in the workplace. It's very crucial, especially for me. I'm a lawyer in a trade union. I'm trade unionist. For us, it's crucial to prevent and to fight violence and harassment in the labour place. We ask in our proposal to include other forms of violence. We denounce that not all forms of violence against women and girls are included in the directive. For example, chemical submission, for example, forced sterilization of disabled women. Even we ask for include as a form of violence the denial of abortion rights to women, and finally rape. This is another chapter we are dealing now in the new opinion. And we express in our opinion our worries about the feminist negationism by the far-right political parties across the European Union. This is a factor of the cultural war of the far-right to fight against feminism, to fight against women's rights as a part of this global cultural war, and we have to be very aware to fight this hate speech of the far-right against women and rights. I'm going to finish explaining you that we are now working on this second opinion. This second opinion is an own-initiative opinion. This opinion has not been asked by the European Commission. We, the members of the ECC, has a proactive role that we think that an issue is very important. We can promote an own-initiative opinion, and I promote this opinion last year. My political intention was to keep the debate open, about the gender-based violence fight, and to keep the tension at the institutional level of the European Union. We are now working on this document. It is called Violence Against Women and Girls as a Human Rights Issue. Do not forget, we are talking about human rights. Human rights, at least of the half of the population of the European Union. There are menace, that are suffering physical and mental violence by males for being women and for being girls. Just this. But this is a fundamental rights issue. We are talking on this opinion that is going to be approved, I hope, easily in the plenary of the European Economic and Social Committee in February. We are looking for the revision of the application of the directive, and we are talking to ask the European Commission to include a clear definition of gender-based violence as the United Nations Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women explains in the body of this United Nations Declaration, a specific and concrete declaration concept of the gender-based violence, to include, of course, sexual violence and rape as a form of a clear form, an evident form of violence against women, and the criminalization based on the absence of consent, the absence of sexual consent. I'm coming from Spain. In Spain, you know that we have a brand new law talking about the consent. This is the key issue, talking about sexual violence. And we are now insisting to include abortion rights, the right of women and girls to decide and to can opt and to decide freely about their rights, about their own sexuality, their own family planification. I'm going to stop here. Very welcome again, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jose Moreno. I mean, this is music to the ears of many of the participants here, and we are sort of delighted that you're sort of taking up this sort of second report as well, which is going to insist, because I do think we need a lot of persuasion to the member states on this question of violence against women, where we've got a directive, but it's not enough. Thank you very much to you yourself, but I want to thank as well the Economic and Social Committee, who is sort of hosting us today, its president, but as well the whole team that has been working with us, and which has been a very, very precious help. I want to thank as well all the PushBackLash team, the partners who have been working for now almost 2 years, a year and a half, let's say, on this question of pushing back the backlash that we are sort of experiencing today. I'd like to thank as well all the G5 Plus partners team who's been working very hard on organizing this conference, and then all the participants for being with us. Thank you very much. Rien n'est jamais définitivement acquis. Il suffira d'une crise politique, économique ou religieuse pour que les droits des femmes soient remis en question. Vous devrez rester vigilante votre vie durant. That will be the end of my sort of intervention in French. I will translate. Don't worry. I will translate now this sentence by Simone de Beauvoir. Nothing can ever be taken for granted. All it takes is a political, economic, or religious crisis for women's rights to be called into question. You will have to remain vigilant for the rest of our lives. I mean, I think this is really timely now to sort of remind us how vigilant we must be. When we created G5 Plus in 2011, we were very dissatisfied with the snail pace of progress towards gender equality. We were very concerned by the effect of the 2008 crisis, you remember, on the situation of women. Gender inequalities at the time were economic, with some women reaching leadership positions, but a lot of women, the vast majority, being amongst the working poor in precarious, badly paid jobs, very far from the promise of equal pay for work of equal value that we had in the European treaties. It was social also, with the shrinking of the welfare state and public services, and it was political, as despite some progress, women were still kept at the back of the queue when political positions were distributed. Still, at the time we were rather optimistic for the future. We'd been fighting for equality for some decades and gaining ground slowly, very slowly, but slowly. European policies, programs, legislation, the political attention as well, and the funding were an essential leverage to push the member states to improve the fate of millions of women, to raise the rights, not as well to be discriminated against on the basis of your sex, on the basis of race, or the basis of sexual orientation, and to fight against gender-based violence. We could believe at the time in a brighter future made of a more equal sharing of power, leading to a fairer, more just, clean and respectful world. Then came multiple crises. COVID, the war in Ukraine, manipulation and aggregations of angers and fears on social media, the decision of the Constitutional Court in Poland to revoke the right to abortion in 21, followed by in the US the decision of the Supreme Court to revoke Roe and Wade, which was allowing abortion at federal level. Not to talk about the regression of women's rights in Hungary, now in Italy, and the decomplex hate speech against migrant and minorities in general all over Europe. In parallel to this crisis, plural, there was the rise of nationalist and right-wing populist party who insidiously or explicitly question the legitimacy of women's and LGBTIQ rights. In 2017, the Me Too movement gained an extraordinary momentum amongst millions of women who had been silent and silenced for generations. Following the Weinstein affair, thousands of conscious or even unconscious predators were confronted to the violence they had inflicted to women and children in most countries. A large number of men felt threatened, provoking a very strong reaction of patriarchal agencies, which is ongoing. A masculinist community took over social networks, upheld by the multi-million gains of the pornographic industry and implicit or explicit male solidarity. Masculinist agency supported the political campaigns of sexist and racist leaders. Abusive leaders became more offensive. Remember the sexist sentence of Putin while invading Ukraine? Do you remember? Whether you like it or not, bear with it, my beauty. I mean, that was really addressed to a woman, Ukraine. In the same period, legislation for same-sex marriage gave rise to an upheaval of contestations by churches, the new right-wing civil society organizations after defending the values of the traditional family. I could go on, but most people in this room have researched and analyzed the fears inspired by feminism and the often brutal reaction, not only by reactionary movements and parties, but how they try to convince the public opinion in most of our countries, including by putting the blame of violence on others, the migrant, the Muslims, when it is clearly established that 90% of the victims of violence personally know their aggressor. The violence of the patriarchal reaction against women and LGBTIQ rights is an indication of the new power of feminism as well. Remember, 10 years ago, the very term was hardly mentioned or mentioned sort of in hiding on the public scene, while it is now frequently quoted in the news together with the unfortunate term of feminicide. Feminicide. You will hear today from the PushBackLash researchers a precise description of how the rise of anti-gender and anti-feminist Europe movements in Europe manifests itself, and we will have to design new ways to organize the pushback. In this gloomy climate, I would like to bring two brighter elements to take advantage from the current critical juncture of feminism. The first good news, I would say, is that in this backward movement, the European institutions have held the flag of equality in high and active respect. More so in the last 5 years, with a woman president of the European Commission who repeatedly declared the need for a Europe that nurtures all her talents, where justice is for all and remains at the heart of the European project. This was made concrete with the adoption of 6 strategies, action plans, and many legal texts for gender equality, against racism, for the right of LGBTIQ and disabled persons. With the less friendly European Parliament in the present legislature and incertitude in the Council, the vigilance, which we mentioned at the beginning, and the power of proposition of feminists will have to be zealous in the upcoming mandate. The second element that we should celebrate and use is the increased power of feminism. Not only to fight for inclusion and equal rights, starting with sexual and reproductive rights and physical integrity and respect, but for a fairer labour market, for more solidarity and care, for more feminists in leadership positions. We live in strange times of universality of problems and fragmentation of answers. Never has there been more divisive movements, more nationalism, religious integrism. This is not sustainable. All human societies are today confronting the same challenges of climate change, biodiversity, energetic transition, migrations, new disruptive technologies. This needs new forms of collective action, which only those who do not have vested interest in the present system can bring. Feminists need to elaborate and spread the discourse of inclusion and tolerance, a vision to federate interest and emotions, not only for women's rights and non-discrimination, but for the interest of societies at large. Our meeting today is meant to empower us all to better identify our enemies and fight for this new vision. Thank you for your attention. It is my pleasure now to introduce Magdalena Sobiewicz-Wieczornicka. I'm so sorry, but we must get used to pronounce. Anyway, you are the Under-Secretary of State for European Union Affairs in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister in Poland, and we are very happy to have women highly placed and very concerned with gender equality. You've previously been sort of working as a journalist for the Commission. You've had a sort of long, and you are an economist, which is very precious for sort of the feminist movement as well. Anyway, the upcoming Poland presidency is rejoicing us all in advance. So I give you the floor to let us, so that you can tell us a little bit more about your projects.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. And to be honest, when I was hearing to the speeches and looking at your faces here, I even feel less like a guest, more like at home, since I'm fighting for women's rights for many, many years. And I come from the country, Poland, as it was mentioned, where women decided to change the government. And it happened in 2023. After the decision of the Constitutional Tribunal about the abortion, women in Poland went to the streets. We were even stronger than before. We were being very solidar, and at the end of the day, before the elections, we decided to come up with a project of the campaign which was directed to women to encourage them to go vote. And the name of the campaign was Women Go Vote. Here is also with me Olga Adamkiewicz. We did together, we were heads of this campaign, and the result was that first we changed the government, but for me what was the biggest success, that the turnout in those elections in Poland was over 73%. 73%. Normally we have in Poland not more than 60. And that was the decision of women to go and vote, and we succeed. So my first motion today is that if we go together, we can be stronger than ever and we can change the world. But what was very, very important in this campaign, that this campaign was only directed to women without asking them in what they believe, who they will be voting for. It was about solidarity and just going together to show our strength and to show that we as a woman can make the final decision, not every time leave it to the men. I'm very grateful, and to be honest, I'm very impressed with the initiative that you've been following here, the PushBackLash, since that's what I see also for the last years, that after this enormous explosion of talking about women's rights, of changing the laws for women's rights, now what I see is a backlash. The backlash, in my opinion, happens because there are some communities who started to be afraid of what's going on. But they also realized, and I think it's a fact, that this change that we are moving towards full gender equality, it cannot be stopped. That's why if somebody is frightened, then start to do some strange movements. And what we see in my country for the last 8 years, feminism became a nasty word. If somebody was trying to offend women, they were saying, it's those crazy feminists. It became also putting together those two words, crazy and feminist. Also, what I want to be aware of is that we have to keep our eyes opened, not to be close only and captured only in women's rights subjects. Because on every conference now, there is a special panel about women's rights. And everybody is trying to put us only in those panels. If you're a woman, discuss about women's rights. If we have a discussion about geopolitics, it's the old word again. And the men will discuss economics, geopolitics, defense. And yes, do we have women on those conferences? Yes, we do. Of course we do. And where they are sitting in a special panels about women's rights. So please keep your eyes open on this subject also, and take part in the discussion not only about women's rights. Another issue happens in business and in politics. Of course, it's now very modest to say that yes, we treat women in the same way. But as the previous speaker was saying, but at the end of the day, we are still at the end of the queue. Do we have women in the organization? Yes, we do. Where they are? At the bottom of the hierarchy. About politics, in Poland, we have the 35% of women should be on the lists to the parliament, but we are missing zipper. And what we are trying to do now in Poland with other women organizations is to change the law also to have a zipper. Because what we see is that, do we have women on the voting lists? Yes, we do. Do they have those places which guarantee the place in the parliament? No, they aren't. So we want to make a next move to have a zipper on the list. For the last 3 years, I've been running the organization called Women at the Center. It's focusing, we are focusing our actions mostly on the ground, on the grassroots. We are working as a woman with small towns, with small villages. We have a very successful project together with the European Commission called Leadership Academies. And what we are trying to do is to enforce women to stand up against harassment, to stand up for their rights, also to have the courage to talk about payment, to talk about money, since there is a problem of a pay gap. But what is why we have the pay gap? In my opinion, one of the reasons that we have a pay gap is that we as a woman, we talk about payment in a different way. We are a bit shy to talk about money, and there's a difference between us and men. The Polish presidency is coming, and that's what I'm responsible in the Polish government. And I want to assure you that the part of the Polish presidency will be also a conversation about women's rights and gender equality. We are planning a big conference in Poznań, in my hometown, at the end of May, on the 30th May, in Poland. But the idea for this conference, the first issue that is coming, of course, is the new strategy, the roadmap for women's rights that President von der Leyen is planning, and we want to discuss this. But the second issue concerns the way of thinking in the society. Because I believe that we don't need any extra laws to have gender equality. We have it guaranteed in the constitutions, in the European treaties. We have it already. But the problem is in society's minds. So what we want to focus on the Poznan's conference is to how to work with the young men. We are working a lot with young women. They are much, much stronger than I am, than my generation is. They more believe in themselves than we did. But what we see now, there's a big difference and a big gap between young men and young women. Young men who were grown up in the patriarchal houses, and then they go to the university and they don't understand what is going on. The woman, they don't want to marry them only because of money. Woman wants to go to work. They don't want to have children, or they want to decide how many children they want to have. And what happens there then? The young man turns into right-wing parties, which are telling them, come to us, we will guarantee the word, we'll give you the word, the one that you remember from your childhood. But this word is not coming back. The gender revolution is going on, and nobody can stop it, even if they are working and trying hard to stop us, to laugh at us. We won't stop. And at the end, I want to tell you why I'm doing it. I'm a mother of 7-year-old daughter. And as you heard before, I was a journalist for many, many years. And when I was starting in Poland in 2000, as a young woman, as a journalist, sexual harassment was everywhere. And it was like on the daily basis. And I've suffered a lot differences of how I was treated only because I was a woman. And what I want for my daughter is that she will never be forced to resign of anything only because she is a woman. And that's the goal. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you very much, Minister. I mean, this is a very encouraging speech, and we remember that the gender revolution is on the move. I will now, without further ado, give the floor to Zoe Livko-Friedi. I've still got problems with pronouncing your name as well, Zoe. Zoe is she's a professor of political science and gender at the Paris-Lodron University in Salzburg. But she's taken the big task of being the coordinator, the overall coordinator of the PushBackLash project. So she will tell us about the project and its its overall sort of logic and objectives. Zoe?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the inspiring words and for the courage and positivity you brought to the room. Agnès Hubert spoke about the snail pace. So I am the first professor for gender studies at the University of Salzburg, and this was the result of a 20-year effort by the feminist researchers. They were trying for decades, and in the end, after a term of 18 years of previous rector, the gender equality officer said, look, we've been trying for 18 years to convince you, and now somebody else is coming, so it might be worse. Can you please try to at least make the call for the gender research? So that's how it happened at the very last trimester of 18 years of term. But this was actually something that Austrian development plans for universities already envisaged. So there is something called integration of gender and diversity topics into research and teaching. So somebody has to do it. So it was problematic, and I think it has this, it's in the Constitution. In theory, we have equal rights and opportunities, but in reality, it's not happening, or there are no resources, there's nobody doing it. So that was my role, and I had a very, very hard job. I was interested in political representation and democracy and inequality in general. But as I was, as you said, our stories, our life also bring us to things. So when I went to the labor market, when I started looking for a job, after my bubble in academia, I realized that being a woman might actually be an issue for getting a job. And then also being also an intra-EU migrant, because I am a woman of Greek origin in Austrian academia. And then I realized that that might be also an additional issue. So I was interested in the intersection of gender with other categories of discrimination and marginalization. So I was interested in all these things and democracy, and was experiencing the backlash against gender research, female academics, female politicians, and gender studies at the university, my own person. So then the call of the European Commission for protecting and nurturing democracies was out, and there was a specific text about feminism and democracy. So I felt I really need to try, and you will now see, you will meet the members of the consortium. So I think I created a really wow team for this purpose, connecting democracy and gender equality, which are actually very, very, very well connected, but people don't want to see it. So we are funded by the European Union within the Horizon Europe program, and also while we were signing the grant agreement, the UK decided to exit the EU, so we also had this issue. So we also now co-founded by the UKRI, not just the European Union. We had a budget of €3 million in total. We are the coordinators at the University of Salzburg. We are in total 11 partners from 8 countries. The project lasts 3 years. We started in January 23, and I have the website. That we have a great website where you will see another slide on that, where you will find all our materials and updates on our research. So I was thinking, so that we can also get to know each other. So I'm Zoe, and from my team, there's also Vera here. So maybe we can just do, yes, so that people can find you at the break, and you can talk. So we are coordinating. Then we have guesses. We have 3, actually guesses is almost in plenary here: Alexia Katsanidou, Juno Reichelt, and Christy Winters. We have ELTE University from Budapest. We have Monika Kovacs, Susanna Vidra, and Eniko is not with us. So some of the members have not been able to come. From the University of Valencia, Lydia Bueno Sanchez, and the rest could not come today. We have from our Polish partner, Humanity in Action in Poland, Magda Zarota. From the University of Exeter, Isabel Engeli. And of course, the Gender 5+. We are so grateful for the amazing organization. Barbara Helferich, Agnès Hubert, and Valentina Maglietta. Hello. Yes. We also have the Theater of the Oppressed from Vienna. Joska Kök and Kara Gesels are here with us today. YouGov, not here today. So this is a survey company, so they're helping us with creating a really sophisticated surveys. From the Technical University of Dresden, there is Camila Nobrega Rabello Alves here. And from the University of Amsterdam, we have Lisa Müge and Rebecca Kesberg. So our aims, our main aims in the project are two. First, we are researchers and we wanted to understand, want to systematically inquire into the present-day contestation of gender equality, issues and policies at the citizen and elite levels, including citizen including social media. As you will hear later, and not only to understand, but also to develop and test strategies that can effectively counteract anti-gender and anti-feminist discursive strategies. And we have 5 objectives, and that's how we have built the team in order to address these objectives. So the first is to engender democratic theory from an intersectional perspective. So we are really also, we have already a report published on our website that shows how feminist research has enriched our understanding of democracy. The second objective is to understand anti-gender strategies and to assess their effects. The third is to identify the best strategies for pushback, for countering the anti-gender discourses. And the fourth is to develop solutions, policy recommendations, and context-sensitive tools. So we heard about Poland, so we have case studies, and we think that it's very important to understand also the context. Not everything, not all solutions fit all countries. And fifth, to co-create and disseminate knowledge for gender equality, and this is what we are doing today here, because we really need your input in order to move on. So I was thinking I'd give you a little bit the questions that are driving us. First, what does the backlash against gender equality mean for contemporary democracy? Second, how does support for gender equality or opposition to gender equality look like at the citizen and the elite level? So, for example, which narratives and anti-gender issues do we observe at the elite level? Which parties, who speaks, who says what? But also, do gender issues matter for voters and how they choose parties? And then what happens on social media, which is a very, very big field for backlash and for countering it. So what are the discourses and the strategies that anti-gender equality actors use online? And furthermore, what are the key issues and impacts that we need to take into account in intersectional policy making, including at times of crisis? You will also find our cartoons and policy briefs, where we're also focusing on women with disabilities and Roma women. And finally, what are the best practices for democratic pushback? I mean, we heard how Polish women fought back, and there are more paths. So what are the best practices? What do we know against gender equality narratives and actors? We have, so this is a graph showing the structure of the project. We are divided in themes. So we have the anti-gender strategies and discourses, then we are looking at the effects, and then we're looking at the counter strategies, and we have a lot of different working packages focusing on elites, on citizens, on social media, on Roma women and disabled women, and the COVID, because we also experienced this very, very extraordinary situation, all of us, but this, as we show also through our research, was especially problematic for some groups, like women with lower education or mothers. So we have been working for the last 2 years. We have collected a lot of data, and we're analyzing. We have 1 year left. We are fielding our survey. Soon also our focus groups will be conducted, our survey experiments. We have the theater of the oppressed going on right now. And we are disseminating all the time, and our dissemination strategy goes beyond academia. Because as we see, we really need the dialogue, and we need to give this knowledge that we generate to politicians, to civil society, and to citizens themselves through education as well, schools. So we are very happy to be here today and to exchange with you. I wanted to show you, these are two of our, one infographic and one cartoon, and you can find more. I think Isabel and Geli might have given you the amazing printouts of our cartoons. So we have policy briefs, we have reports, we have infographics, we have podcasts, we have publications, and we will be creating also toolkits. We also have the newsletter, so subscribe to our newsletter, and we can update you about everything that is coming. And we are really warmly welcoming any feedback from you, because you're also on the ground, you also have experiences, and you can help us improve our research. So thank you very much, and have a good day today.
Thank you very much, Zoe. We are running a little bit late, so I'm going to give the floor very quickly now to Valentina Maglietta. Valentina is one of our main researchers with Barbara Alfarish on this program, on this project. And we've been charged to sort of look at pushback strategies, how Europe fights anti-feminism. And she's both sort of made an overview of the situation in the whole of Europe, and then we are now going deeper with 10 researchers in 10 countries on this issue. So, Valentina.
Thank you.
Sorry, Valentina is now. I want to point out that she's recently been appointed assistant professor at the Autonomous University of Barcelona for political science.
Thank you. So, good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and allies in pursuing gender equality across Europe. It's an honor to join you today in this pivotal conference in which we confront one of the most urgent challenges of our time, the rise of anti-feminism and anti-genderism in Europe. So today we have a shared mission to push back against regressive forces and reaffirm our unwavering commitment to equality, democracy and human rights. So this mission has guided the work of Gender 5+ within the PushBackLash project. Over the past 2 years, we have conducted a thorough research on across the European Union and its member states, plus the United Kingdom. We were supported by an extraordinary team of 8 national experts and under the guiding leadership of Dr. Barbara Helfrich, to whom I extend my deepest gratitude today. And together we have explored how diverse pro-gender equality actors in diverse contexts are responding to rollbacks in women and minority rights. Our work began with a critical analysis of anti-genderism and anti-feminism in Europe, because understanding this phenomena is the very first essential condition to countering them effectively. So, at its core, anti-feminism opposes the principles, policies, and individuals of the feminist movement. Notably, anti-feminism does not operate as an independent social movement. Rather, it arises as a direct opposition to feminist advocacy, acting as its counterforce or mirror opposite, on the ground that it challenges gender stereotypes. Therefore, like the anti-LGBTIQ+ discourse, it is used strategically to reinforce gender hierarchies and the traditional division of labor. Anti-genderism goes even further, representing a systematic resistance to gender and sexuality rights. It is a global phenomenon that opposes a concept often referred to as gender theory or gender ideology. These terms lack a clear and consistent definition. However, they are commonly used by their proponents, these movements, to express resistance to incorporating gender into human rights laws and policies. So since 2013, anti-feminist and anti-gender movements have gained visibility across Europe and beyond, evolving into a well-organized, well-funded, and transnational network of, driven by a very broad and heterogeneous coalition of actors, which includes faith-based groups, conservative organizations, right-wing populists, bloggers, grassroots activists, and even international NGOs. So through their campaigns, these activists mobilized around key issues, including but not limited to opposition to sexual and reproductive rights, LGBTIQ rights, gender and sex education, and the very concept of gender itself. However, their target shift and evolve over time. For instance, after the failure of campaigns against same-sex marriage in 2004 and abortion in 2010, anti-gender forces in Spain have shifted their focus to transgender rights and gender-based violence. Similarly, in Poland, the discourse initially targeted the Istanbul Convention, which was framed as a vehicle for gender ideology, but soon expanded to broader attacks to gender equality, to women's rights and LGBTIQ rights. And it's important to note that while opposition to gender is common to all these campaigns, anti-genderism and anti-feminism are also deeply tied to populism. Our study, in fact, acknowledges the undeniable symbiosis between far-right parties and anti-gender movements, where anti-gender movements provide narratives and resources to far-right parties, which in turn amplify their reach and legitimacy, embedding their narratives into politics and institutions. And as populist and right-wing parties gain ground across both Eastern and Western Europe, arguably their shared opposition to women, to feminism and LGBTIQ rights has turned local protest into a real pan-European backlash. However, our study shows that in countries with strong democratic institutions and vibrant civil societies, like Finland, Sweden, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, the backlash has so far remained largely rhetorical. In contrast, in nations with weaker democratic legacies, or where women's organizations are under great pressure, such as Poland, Hungary, Croatia, regressive forces have managed to institutionalize their agenda. And by doing so, they have managed to block progressive laws, cut state fundings for gender equality, and in some cases, even amend their constitutions to prevent future reforms, as it occurred, for instance, in Croatia and Slovenia. And as our study highlights, this backlash is neither marginal nor temporary. Rather, it is persistent and increasingly normalized in political and social discourse. And one should pay attention to the normalization factor here, because years ago, far-right parties were just shunned in Europe due to their tie to World War II, which made them a shameful choice at the ballot box. But today, that stigma has faded because of the growing willingness of center-right parties to get in coalition to collaborate with far-right parties in forming governments. Therefore, these findings reveal that while progress has been made over the last decades, progress in gender equality, it remains fragile, uneven, and vulnerable to reversal. So against this backdrop, our research has explored how the European Union and its member states are responding and addressing these issues. We have identified key strategies and examined various initiatives at both the European Union and national levels, focusing on sustainable, transferable, and impactful practices. These practices were then categorized into long-term and short-term actions, including efforts by public authorities, civil societies, and as well as collaborations between the public and the private sectors. Through this mapping, we have documented over 100 good practices across the European Union. Today, I will highlight just a short selection of these good practices and share with you 5 key recommendations. So, one key strategy, the first key strategy we found at the European level is funding projects for research that research and raise awareness on the rise of anti-feminism and anti-genderism. Therefore, here we have several examples. European initiatives like our project, PushBackLash, and its sister projects are just crucial for informing policy, enhancing public understanding, and can provide critical insights to help shape counter strategies. At the national level, I will mention here a really good example of good practice coming from Spain. It is called La Mapa de la Vergüenza, or Map of Shame. And it stands out as an innovative online platform for tracking feminist policy rollbacks by right-wing coalitions. Launched in 2024, so this year in July, it's a very recent tool, and developed by the Spanish socialist parties, el Partido Socialista Obrero de España. This tool has already documented a number of harmful practices, such as dismantling equality structures, cultural censorships, and restrictions to abortion access in several regions of Spain. By leveraging technology and public engagement, this transparent, real-time platform can help detect regressive policies and signs of democratic erosions early. Moreover, it could serve as a model for other countries facing similar challenges. Therefore, we highlight it also for its great potential of being transferred to similar contexts. Another key strategy identified is prioritizing gender-sensitive education with a focus on challenging stereotypes and biases from an early age. At the European level, we have a lot of initiatives supported by funding programs such as Erasmus+, Horizon Europe, STEM education programs, and the European Social Fund, which aim to promote inclusive education and combat sexist stereotypes. An example here is the GEPIC project, the Horizon GEPIC project, Gender Empowerment Through Politics in the Classroom, which aims to empower young women, especially those coming from disadvantaged situations, to engage in civic participation and politics. Nationally, countries like Sweden and Norway have successfully integrated gender equality and feminist perspectives into their educational curriculum. France has made sex education mandatory since 2001. In Spain, the Ministry of Education is promoting gender-sensitive and co-education programs with regional initiatives such as Andalusia Strategic Plan for Education, for Gender Equality in Education 2024-2028, standing out for its potential to combat sexist stereotypes from an early age. Another strategy identified is grassroots organizing and networking among pro-gender equality actors, and including government agencies, civil society organizations, businesses, and academia. This is also a very important, a very crucial practice, and here we have numerous examples of movements like the Me Too movement or Ni Una Menos and Yo Sí Te Creo, which have been instrumental in challenging anti-feminist ideologies and raising awareness about issues such as gender-based violence. And well, we hope this conference today will serve as yet another example of effective collaboration and good practice in this field. There is also a growing focus on engaging men in gender equality efforts and achievements. So we have countries like Finland, Germany, and Spain, which have implemented numerous campaigns such as the He for She Champions in Finland and El Hombre Blandengue and the Weak Men in Spain. However, our study also shows that at the European level there is a lack of initiatives focused specifically on involving men and boys in gender equality efforts. And finally, there is an increasing emphasis on tackling intersectional inequalities, recognizing that gender equality is compounded by factors such as age, race, ethnicity, migrant or socioeconomic status, just to mention the most obvious one. Across the European Union, we have identified several examples in countries such as of good practices in countries such as Sweden, Germany, and the United Kingdom. However, one of the most remarkable initiatives comes from feminist activists, and it's called the Feminist Accessibility Protocol for Inclusive Gender Equality Spaces, developed by the Inclusive Generation Equality Collective, IGEC, in collaboration with organizations such as Women Enabled International and Women's Link Worldwide. This protocol ensures that girls, trans, intersex, and non-binary individuals with disabilities are fully included in gender equality events and meetings. So it sets a new standard for accessibility and inclusion, emphasizing the importance of meaningful participation in gender equality discussions. At the European level, while the gender equality strategy acknowledges the importance of adopting an intersectional perspective, civil society and scholars argue for more concrete measures to address the needs of specific groups in policy making. Now, it's important to highlight that the success of these strategies depends on three essential pillars which form a strong structural foundations. First, a robust legal framework that protects women and LGBTIQ rights, LGBTIQ individuals, is just crucial. This not only represents good practice, it's also a structural necessity for advancing gender equality. As our study highlights, democracy and gender equality are mutually reinforcing. Therefore, they cannot thrive without one another. However, the effectiveness of gender equality laws hinges on the unwavering commitment of democratic institutions and the active participation of civil society organizations. Strong democratic institutions such as an impartial constitutional court, ministries of equality, are vital for upholding gender equality laws, particularly when facing anti-feminist opposition. Equally important is the involvement of a vigilant and engaged civil society driven by feminist activists. Lastly, effective strategies must be context-specific, as there is not one-size-fits-all approach, one-size-fits-all solution. For instance, the challenges feminist organizations may face differ based on cultural norms, political climate, legal systems, and historical context. Organizations focused on gender-based violence, for instance, may face different hurdles than those working on women economic empowerment. So strategies must be responsive to the specific needs and the specific goals at hand. As American feminist Charlotte Bunch once said, in the face of backlash, we must think globally and act locally. So, building on these insights, I would like to propose 5 actionable and preliminary recommendations to counter anti-feminism and gender backlash across Europe. First of all, we must ensure that the European Union gender equality laws are fully adopted and enforced across all member states through full commitment, transparency and accountability. The recently adopted directive against on gender-based violence, for example, will serve as a test of both the European Union and its member states' political commitment in preventing and addressing gender-based violence. And as Mr. Moreno explained to us before, by May 2026, this directive will have to be transposed into national laws. And it's vital that no compliance be met with sanctions. Additionally, supporting the transposition and the implementation of European directives with robust monitoring and reporting mechanisms is also essential to ensure that they result in real and measurable impact. Number 2, we must also increase investments in research in projects like PushBackLash that document anti-rights movement, analyzing their strategies, support networks, and sources of financing within the European Union and its member states. As I argued before, understanding these movements is just the very first essential condition to countering them effectively. We also recommend empowering girls and educating boys. That is also a topic which has already been commented. And therefore, it is crucial to support initiatives like the JEPIC project to empower girls while educating boys from an early age to challenge entrenched stereotypes and then actively engage men in the pursuit of gender equality. Furthermore, to challenge anti-feminist forces and safeguard democracy, we must prioritize gender-sensitive intersectional policies. Gender budgeting should be a cornerstone for equitable resource allocation, while policies should address the unique interconnected challenges faced by marginalized groups within the feminist and the LGBTIQ communities. This includes implementing accessibility protocol for disabled women and ensuring public services like education, healthcare, and social services are fully inclusive, especially for transgender individuals, because only by embracing an intersectional approach can we achieve true equality and justice for all. And finally, last but not least, to ensure lasting change and secure a future of true gender equality, we must shift our focus to where change is most powerful, that is at the grassroots level. It's time to unite governments, civil society, businesses and academia in a collective effort to support feminist advocacy. Feminist activism, according to our study, feminist activism remains the most consistent and long-term strategy we have in the fight for gender equality. Feminist organizations are at the forefront of the fight against anti-feminism and anti-gender discrimination, tirelessly working with those most affected by austerity, precarity, and discrimination. These activists remind us that gender equality cannot be achieved without broader economic reform, and that is not only a human rights issue, it's also an economic necessity. Therefore, if we are to challenge anti-feminist forces and safeguard democracy, our task is to support grassroots movements, to center the material realities of everyday people's lives and recognize gender equality with the broader goals of social and economic justice. Only by doing so will we be able to build the kind of democracy that people believe in, one that works for all and not just for a privileged few. But without this, we risk reinforcing the very forces that oppose us. So let us not lose sight of the long-term goal, that is a more just, inclusive and democratic Europe. And in closing, let us recognize that the backlash we face is real, and so has to be our collective response. The recommendations I've shared today are not just a roadmap, they are an urgent call to action. And I trust they will lay the foundations for a meaningful discussions among policymakers, stakeholders, and partners today. So let this conference be a turning point, a moment in which we reaffirm that progress, once achieved, is not negotiable. The journey ahead is challenging, but with the partnerships and collaboration we form today, we can shape a more democratic, inclusive, and just Europe tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina, for this very not only clear and substantial, but as well very energetic discourse. Now, I want to thank the Minister for having been with us. You won't be able to stay all day, of course. I mean, you've got to go. I understand you've got other meetings.
18 days to presidency. 18 days. It's
yeah, that's...
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being with us.
I'm with you, and thank you once again for having me here. We already had a quick chat with Zoe, so another projects are coming, I hope, together. Thank you very much. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you. Thank you.
Goodbye. There you go. Okay, now we're going into the, some more of the pushback projects work packages, and I will invite Nadia Brown. Sorry, you're here, and I will invite you to sort of go to the table over there. Okay, we'll leave you the floor. Together with, Isabel Angeli, with Alexia Katsanidou and Rebecca Kersberg. Here you are.
I guess I will sit here. Okay, perfect. There we go. And sorry, we didn't have a chance to... Hi, Alex. Hi, Nadia. I think these are not great. No, they're not. I think we have... I'm just looking at the calendar. Barbara, where is that? We have an hour.
Yeah.
So, we're running late.
We won't be talking long.
Okay, so maybe we do 10 minutes?
Sorry, I did not introduce Nadia. We're very honored and happy that you could be with us, Nadia Brown. Nadia is a professor of government and director of Women and Gender Studies program in Georgetown University. And she's accepted to be the moderator of this roundtable. We're very pleased. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. I hope, okay, so I'm in the tradition of Black folks from the U.S., where when we say good morning, other people respond back and say good morning. So good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so I just want to thank the organizers for hosting this conference and for inviting me to participate. When the program first started in 2023, and when I agreed to come earlier this year. It was a pre-Trump election, and so I was excited to hear from Europeans as a spectator. Now I am fully in the same boat of preparing for other feminist backlash. So because we are running a tad behind, I think that we will give the speakers a shorter amount of time to talk, if that is okay. That's fine. Okay. And so our first presentation will be by Alexia. The title of her discussion is on Citizen Views on Gender, Equality, and Democracy. And Alexia is the Director of Data Archive at GESIS. I messed that up completely.
No, it's okay, but I think
they've updated this.
updated.
They've updated it. Okay, well, Alexia.
Yes, no problem. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I am from the European tradition of not expecting to hear hello back, but that's all right. I am... You need to speak closer to someone. I need to speak louder. Okay, that's... And closer. Okay, getting closer together. So... my role in the PushBackLash project is one of the data queen, if you want. So my position at GESIS allows me to sit on a treasure of data, on a big vault we have there with a lot of international data. And our work has to started with basically putting together a lot of different types of data, especially from surveys and international surveys, comparative data, to look a little bit deeper on the citizen views on gender equality and democracy. And there is a tandem, of course, between these two things, as we heard from the previous speakers. And gender equality is the basis for any kind of democracy. And when gender equality drops, the quality of democracy also drops. So there are 2 points I would like to raise on the basis of the data that and the realizations that we made about, on that basis. So the first thing we realized is when we looked at the data that we already had, and we're talking about big programs that last very, very long, starting in the 70s, and being international across European states, but also across the world. And the first realization we made is that there is not enough data. So the data that we have are full of, not full, empty. Yeah, full of holes, so empty. So even though there are many points in time that we ask questions, we don't ask the right questions, and we don't ask the right questions on gender equality. So when it comes to actually knowing the attitudes of individuals about gender equality, we don't have much information. So no data, no knowledge. We don't know what happened back in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. We have very, very basic understanding of what the attitudes were back then. The second realization that we made is that when this question actually started, they were based on specific theories and on a very, very basic understanding that actually men and women are unequal, women stay home, and men go out to work. And on that basis, we created back then, not we, but our predecessors created questions about gender equality that were more or less about, should women stay home? Should they be allowed to go to work? This kind of question. If we had the power to create these questions now, they would look very, very different, because gender equality means something very different today. We come from the assumption today that men and women are equal, men and women should have the same rights and should have the same roles in society if they choose to. But we can't go back. So we can't ask these questions again. So with this very biased data, I will show what you found. So to make these things less busy, we chose as a team to provide you with information about 2 countries that we've been studying, out of the many that we've been studying. And these 2 are actually very good examples of their own traditions. We have the Netherlands, that is a very good example of Western Europe on how trends go. And we have Hungary, which has been in the eye of the storm, if you want, and is a good example of what is going on in Eastern Europe. So on the left-hand side, you can see the data for men and women over 25, and on the right-hand side is for those younger, so 25 and under. Green is Hungary, and red is the Netherlands. And as you can see in this first question, a job is all right, but what most women really want is home and children. This is a question that came from the 80s, obviously, but has been asked consistently since. You can see that this agreement, which is the 4, is the total agreement with this, and 0 is the completely disagreement, is slightly but surely going down. So we are becoming overall a much more equal society, a society that doesn't believe that women have actually one and only want. And this is also happening more in their younger generations. Now, in the younger generations, as you can see, there is also a small backlash. The dotted lines are men, and the actual lines, are women. And you can see that after 2000, as mid-2000s, like 15 years ago, started a little going further away from each other, especially in the more modern societies where men become more conservative than women. This is not new. You knew that already. Other data have shown it. I'm glad I found it also in my data. The next point I would show you is the opposite effect. So both the husband and wife should contribute to household income. Now, this is interesting. Hungary is more modern in that respect than the Netherlands. And this is the communist tradition coming back, where both men and women had to work in order to support their family. In the Netherlands, the attitudes go also the right direction, but they're not there yet. So we have a more traditional perspective, because in a capitalist society, someone has to stay home to take care of the kids, and it's almost not possible to have two people working full-time while having a family. And this is one of the weaknesses that we have in our societies today to achieve equality. Coming closer to our targets, it's the impact of gender equality attitudes on actually politics, and we wanted to show how relevant gender equality attitudes have become for our position in political attitudes. So the left-right dimension is what we use as a typical measure of where do you stand in politics. Doesn't mean anything, and it means everything. So the more you position yourself to the right, you know what that means. So the impact of gender attitude on left-right ideology is not very different over time, but you can see a slight increasing of this impact over time. And you can see that especially for men. Women become more liberal, while men have become a little more polarized. So the more impact we see of gender roles on left-right positions, we also see that it goes the direction you have been expecting. The more traditional you are on gender attitudes, the more to the right you position yourself. And this connection between these two has been increasing. And to come to a conclusion here, basically the gender attitudes have become more political over time, even though European population is becoming more liberal. And what we see is a more polarized world, especially in the younger generations. And we see that this has become more dangerous over time. And the reason it's becoming more dangerous is because out there are political elites that are interested in seeking votes and mobilizing these votes. So with that note, I can pass the word to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Because this is exactly what her research is about.
Thank you.
Wait. No, go ahead. And so our next presenter is Isabel Ngele, who is a professor of public policy at the University of Exeter, who's going to talk about the dynamics contestation on gender and sexuality issues.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you, Alexia. I think Alexia said that she was a queen of data, so shall I be the devil of coding,
Yes,
and something like that, and then we have the whole combinations, right? So. I mean, Alexia looked really at the citizen, Alexia and the team look at the citizen level, and me and a lot of other partners on the project, we have been looking at the elite level. And what we really want to find out is what is actually the political competition about gender equality and sexuality issues in institutional venues such as parliament, government, but also constitutional courts. And we are doing that by really collecting and coding what is in the party manifestos across 10 countries in Europe, what kind of questions do MPs ask in Parliament, what kind of court cases are brought to contest or to empower further develop gender equality and LGBTQA rights. And I think the question is, why does it matter? Political parties are still very important in the system, in the sense that they are the one in Parliament who do vote laws or block other laws. And they also, ideally, on theory, they're supposed to respond to civil society demands. So that's what we are looking at. We are really looking at what we call dynamics of attention, of political attention to those issues. And then we are also looking at how do political parties interact with civil society organizations in order to promote gender equality and LGBTQIA rights or to oppose. And we did artwork on abortion, and abortion is probably a very good example of what happened with gender issues when we look at what happened at political agendas, is that usually those issues, they come, something happen, and then they disappear. In abortion, that's exactly what happened. We really had a lot of attention toward abortion in the 70s, in the 80s in some other countries, and then it completely disappeared, the political arena. Nobody talked about abortion anymore, until quite recently, where we had a group of countries or parties who pushed to have a more liberal, progressive access to abortion, and we had other governments, other parties who pushed for the exact opposite, to restrict or to basically ban abortion in some countries. So what I want to do today is really to focus a little bit more about what we have seen in the data, is what we call the construction of an alternative narrative about equality, and how does it take place in party competition at election time. So what we have seen coding all the manifestos between 2010 and 2022 is that definitely gender, but also sexuality issues are been receiving more attention than in the past. And we also see that there is an increasing polarization on some gender and some LGBTQIA plus issues in the manifestos, and we can also see this polarization in parliamentary questions that are asked in Parliament. What we see is really there is this alternative narrative about equality that has been in the making, and there is definitely a strong attacks on some of gender or sexuality issues, particularly those in relation with the promotion of traditional or heteronormative perspective on family values, gender roles, but also on sexuality. And we also see that there is a growing contestation in issue ownership. So in the past, I think in the 90s, even up to the 90s, it was usually leftist parties who were actually talking about gender equality in politics, in parliaments. It was not the right, not the far right. This has really radically changed. And the argument that I'm making here is that somehow the issue ownership, so who owns the issue of gender equality, it's not necessarily anymore only the left party or the Greens. It's really an issue that actually the right, the far right, is taking possession of, ownership of. And this comes really through an expansion of this alternative narrative about equality. So just to give a snapshot of the data, those are a cloud of themes, and those are all the issues that appear in the manifestos by the far rights in France, Switzerland, Poland, Germany, Italy, and the United Kingdom over the last 15 years. And I think what is quite telling is that they talk a lot about a lot of different things. So if we think about what we knew about those kind of far-right populist parties, is that they used to focus a lot on immigration. And it was via immigration that often they were making the link about gender or about sexuality. But now immigration is still there, but they actually engage on topics like childcare, like quotas, like equal pay, like healthcare, abortion, lone parent families, sex education, obviously, and so on and so forth. So they're really embracing a lot of the issues that actually have been promoted by progressive actors. They're not necessarily saying that they're in favor of sex equality or sexual education, but they do engage with that topic and they really put their own spin on it. And I think this is what has really, really changed over the last 15 years, and this is probably still in the making. So we can see is that we see this expansion of this agenda where the parties engage with more and more different themes, and I don't feel that we are at the end of the cycle. We are probably in the middle of this cycle, and more it's going to come. So before Nadia tells me to start wrapping up, I'm going to do it on my own. And I think there is two main takeaways from what we have seen is, I think, in my view, the first one is to stop talking about women's rights, gender equality separated from LGBTQIA rights, because when we are looking really at those kind of backlash or political opposition, partisan opposition to equality, actually it's part of the same strategic positioning of parties. It's some parties may pick an issue from the range belonging more to LGBT, but they may switch a little later and talk about abortion and talk about other kind of different issues. So somehow it's really part of the same game for those parties. And they do not necessarily see gender equality as one thing and LGBTQIA rights as something else. For them, it's really part of the same kind of narrative that they want to promote and they think will attract votes. What we also see is that there is a widening range of issues that those parties engage with. That is quite clear. But it's also a lot of pick and choose among this widening range according to what will be competitive at election time in the national or even local context. So in some countries, it can be abortion. In some other countries, parties will have no interest talking abortion because somehow there is a consensus that women should have the right to abort. So what do we have to do? I think it's really important that somehow you need to anchor LGBTQI intersectionality into equality policy. And I think to go back to abortion, which I've worked quite a lot in my career, I think it's a very telling example that until now, most of abortion policies in Europe are usually made for white women from a middle class background. We forget that somehow minority women without a legal status of residence, people with female reproductive capacity also need to be able to access abortion. And when we look at the policies and the way they are implemented on the ground at the moment, quite often those categories of people are actually excluded by the same policies that we will promote or celebrate as a feminist success. So I think here there is quite a lot of work to really, instead of thinking about equality for women, to really engage with equality for all, and how do we actually make it work on the ground. There is lots of very beautiful policies on the paper, especially about gender equality, but the problem is often how do we implement it, and how do we make sure that actually they reflect the diverse realities and needs of every different communities in an appropriate way. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I don't have any metaphor whether or not we're the devil or the queen. I'm not sure, but we're the people who went down the rabbit hole in the online world. And I want to highlight this before I start, that I know our work package is called online, but I do want to highlight that these spheres, like online and offline, are linked. It's not like online something else is happening than offline. And I think we often talk about it like, oh, what's going on online? And I will show you some examples. But it's important to know this is not only online. This is linked to what is happening offline as well. So in the last 2 years, we collected data on X. It's only data from X. And if you have probably heard, Elon Musk put some obstacles in our way. So we had to shift in many different ways. And we are very complementary to what Valentina has been talking about. She has been looking at strategies in the offline world. We have been looking at strategies in the online world, and we have been looking at very similar actors. So we looked at what do actors who are either think tanks or lobby groups or NGOs who are anti-gender, anti-feminist actors, both types we looked at, what do they post online? What do they talk about? What topics matter to them? And what topics matter to pro-gender equality actors? And as one of our cartoons that came out, we were using like a real-life example where researchers post their research, which is often grounded in like a lot of years, a lot of thinking, redoing research, and then this research is picked apart online and like shifted in a very different narrative, where suddenly this, what you said, what you basically promote, is coming out as something very different. And we see this across these anti-gender actors, anti-gender movements. And first of all, we've already heard it, I do want to also highlight, it's a very diverse and heterogeneous group. There's not one anti-gender general group. And there's a lot of blurred lines as well. It's not they are all similar. It's like it's very heterogeneous. Some oppose all kind of feminist ideas. Some oppose only abortion, but are engaging with same-sex marriage. So it's not like one fits all again. It's a very diverse field, and that also makes studying them quite difficult in some ways. But it is important to know that all of those we have in our anti-gender group, they are queued together as a social queue with their opposition of gender ideology, whatever that means. But that is how they phrase themselves and what they oppose, gender ideology. And the key topics we find on their accounts is reproductive rights. It's about abortion. It's about the rights of LGBTQI people. And it's about freedom. So a lot of their posts also talk about not whether or not they're pro or anti-reproductive rights, but that there is a problem with freedom in our society. We are not allowed anymore to say what we think. There's like cancel culture. That's what we find a lot on their accounts. And there's a lot of dissent also within the online world about who actually advocates for women. So an argument we see all the time against abortion is that they are saying, well, if you abort a fetus, then you might abort a woman. So this is why you're actually against women if you are not pro-abortion, if you're pro-choice. So there is a lot of dissent on within their in the online world what it actually means to advocate for women. We see the same when it comes to surrogacy. This is seen as something which is an erosion of women's rights. If we allow surrogacy, then women can just be exploited. And I'm not saying whether or not it's true or false. I'm only saying there's really a big dissent who is advocating for women and who isn't. And then what we see most prominently is gender ideology as a generalized threat. And gender ideology is threatening our physical safety, it's threatening children, it's an erosion of rights, it's kind of a homophobia by saying instead of allowing individuals to be gay, they are now pushed by this woke lobby into transitioning. That's not my words, that's what I'm seeing online. and that gender ideology is also a threat to the truth, to our freedom. So all these actors, they post constantly about these issues. And what we see is that these narratives they are showing, they are highlighted by stigmatizing, stereotyping, and by taking politically very complex issues and making them very simple. And we do see a lot of like a parallel universe where we see the pro-gender equality actors being like, it's a human rights issue and it's not a pie, everyone can have human rights. And then we have the anti-gender equality actors who are like, everyone is threatened if we allow a rainbow flag. So we see like this kind of very contested parallel universe. But as I said already, the online and the offline sphere are intrinsically linked. And that is because on the online world, you post about the demonstration, you post your petitions, you post about what you're saying, and then people come and show up offline, and it takes into our everyday life. And we've heard earlier as well that it is about the social attitudes. So what we see is like we don't see a lot of like really heavy hate speech. It exists definitely, but we don't really see that. We see a lot of like these kind of memes and this kind of sacrificing women's rights, and that sticks with you. It sticks with you when you see these memes. You somehow manage to put like these kind of stereotypes into social attitudes. And for example, this meme with the kid throwing up a rainbow, this kind of, everywhere now we just have this rainbow education and our children are fed with it. And you can say it's funny, but you can also say, well, it's posting a narrative of like someone taking over and indoctrinating your kid. What to do about it? Yeah, I will wrap up as fast as possible. So, as we've also heard before already, I do think there's already a lot of policies in place, but we need to understand how do we implement it better. And I think one very important thing is always to flag harmful content, but to understand that we're talking about narratives. We're not talking about a single word which shouldn't be mentioned. We need to learn and to be educated about, who are these actors? Who are these groups who posted? And what kind of narratives do they post? What does it mean to post stigmatizing narratives? And as a final very important thing, this online and offline world, there was this transphobic bus in Barcelona, and it drove around, and it got fined with 20,000 euros. From the same group, they post about it every day on social media, but there is no punishment or there's no regulation for it on social media. If something is not okay in the offline world, it also shouldn't be okay in the online world. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, I was just wondering if you had any insights on the gender dynamics of who's actually pushing forward any of these messages. As we know, we kind of presume it's men, but we are seeing a growing rise of female far-right influencers. And yeah, I was just wondering if you had any insights on this.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, you're right on both sides. So we do see, especially in the Netherlands, in more Western European countries, we see more and more threadwives, we see more and more female far-right politicians pushing these narratives, and it's a very good way to also feel like, oh, this is actually about women. Women are pushing back, but also they are connected with, for example, the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, which is mostly driven by men. And for another example, Citizen Go is one of these really big anti-gender movements. In their board, it's mostly men. So there are prominent women, but it is often pushed by traditional men.
Thank you so much. It's such a fascinating panel, and I really appreciate hearing about all the work. I also really appreciated Isabel's comments on the intersection between LGBTIQA plus issues. I think it's really important to see how they're connected, and learned a lot from this. I had one question for Alexia on at the journal. We have a new study just published on the European Social Survey data that shows an uptick in youth far-right voting for parties, and the gender gap being closed there, with women increasingly following this trend that we've seen among young men in recent surveys. It's a new piece, and we were a bit surprised around these concerning findings in the new survey wave. And I was wondering if any of your research on public opinion touched on that, or seeing dynamics in that gap closing.
Yeah, thank you. The data that I showed are not as new as the new ESS latest wave, but I did a similar question on the European election study that came out a few weeks ago, and on that basis we see that there is no gender gap anymore on the younger generation. We found that women and men have much less divergence as they used to. So, but we are really looking into it, and then we haven't understood exactly why. So it's more about voting behavior that we looked at, and we try to understand if it's where it comes from, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Katrin Hugendubel. I'm Advocacy Director at ILGA Europe, the European Central Asian LGBTI Network. Again, thanks a lot for all the contributions of the panel. I wanted to go back to the online space, and I was just wondering if you also looked at really targeted and driven mis and disinformation on identity base, because I think in both areas, women's rights, gender and LGBTI rights, we've seen massive attacks ahead of the Georgian elections, in Moldova, now in Romania as well. So I think we're really moving beyond some organizations being out there, using gender to attack women's rights and LGBTI rights, but these are much broader attacks on the EU institutions, on democracy, in the name of the identity of women and LGBTI people. So I'm just wondering if you also had some findings around that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a very, very important issue. And in our data, we do see some aspects of very targeted attacks. Our data is from 2018 to end of 2023, so I cannot tell you anything about Georgia or Romania. But for example, when the Spanish elections happened, they are also very much attacking it was a lot of attack on the Spanish elections, or during the European Parliament elections in 2019. We also saw around that there is like these movements coming up, and also actually like tagging politicians, being like, are you going to vote for women's rights? Are you going to do this and this? And so it's also in combination with what has been said before. It's not that they are only looking at gender. This is a bigger component of or it's a part of populism, right-wing movement, using this at the moment as a very salient topic. Yeah, I hope this helps a bit.
Thank you. I'm Joanna Takmins, one of the founding members of Gender 5+. Thank you to the panel and to all the researchers for the great work you're doing. I have a question for Rebecca. Valentina, in her speech, also mentioned that the movements promoting the narrative are heterogeneous, coordinated, well-funded, and transnational. I wanted to ask you, I guess, do you find this also online? And have you been able to identify, can you identify for us who in fact is behind, or some of the actors behind these coordinated, well-funded campaigns for the narrative? Who funds them and who coordinates them? Because this is something that is not easily known, and I don't know how easy it is to identify online.
Yeah, thank you. I do think it's, for some people, easy to identify. So we did not look necessarily at single individuals. We did look at the public accounts on Twitter from groups which we know from the offline world. So, for example, Citizen Go is the one which also is in Valentina, and Haseoir, which is this kind of conservative platform. but also we have some groups which are, there was a report in 2019, the tip of the iceberg, about the funding of fundamental group. So there are groups linked to the Vatican or religious groups, right, who get a lot of money from there. Then we also have think tanks which are linked to parties, you know, where like think tanks that are associated with some parties. And I think one of the aspects, it is not easy to trace where the money comes from, but you can, if you engage with them, see similar people popping up all the time, having multiple accounts. So it also feels like there's a lot going on, but it all traces back down to the same conservative actors who have different branches, let's say it like this.
Well, thank you all. Thank you all. This is the conclusion of our panel. The next panel, Anti-Feminist Gender Narratives, Intersectional Inequalities, will be next. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Nadia, for sort of keeping the time so fantastically after we'd been sort of running late. So the next panel, which I'll invite to the podium, will be chaired by Magda Zaraoka, who's sort of, I would say, European expert on a fairly famous European expert on the question of disability. And she's a disability ombudsperson and chair of Humanity in Action, which is an active NGO. She will be joined by Susanna Vidra, who's associate professor at the Institute for Intercultural Psychology and Education, and Vera Belotsitskaya, who is the research fellow at the University of Salzburg. We won't have, we've not planned to have a break because we are supposed to have a fairly early lunch at 12 o'clock. So I hope you can still sort of bear with us, and the interest of the subject should sort of keep you going.
Fantastic speakers, and I was inspired by Nadia with her introduction, and I will actually start by bringing the disabled folks, the community that I'm part of, tradition, which is I will shortly visually describe myself. So I'm a white woman wearing glasses with curly hair. And I'm really happy to be a part of the PushBackLash consortium project, especially because this project is kind of pioneering when it comes to mainstreaming disability issues across various work packages. This is still, unfortunately, quite rare when it comes to this type of research, so I'm really happy that we are doing it. And we are also trying to put into practice the paradigm, not only nothing about us without us, but nothing without us, which means that we talk about disability not only in relation to disability issues, but also in relation to all other topics which are pertinent for democracy. And a quick product placement. This is one of the cartoons that is a part of our work in PushBackLash project. This is a cartoon on intersectional discrimination and advocacy of people with disabilities and women with disabilities. So now moving on to our presentation panel. First, there will be short in and nutshell presentations by both great researchers, and then we will have some time for the Q&A. So I'm really happy to introduce Zuzana Vedra, who is a professor at ELTE. And Zuzana specializes in many issues, such as poverty, ethnicity, Islamophobia in Hungary, political extremism. And Zuzana will present findings on intersectional inequalities, but focusing on the political discourse in that regard and its consequences. So, Zuzana, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming and listening to our presentation. And findings which are somewhat different from the, concerning methodology from the presentations before, because we were doing qualitative case studies focusing on only on a couple of countries. The countries were Poland, Hungary, Germany, and Mexico. So basically, the findings that we will present are based on these on the findings from these countries. But nonetheless, we think that that these are, because these are very contextualized findings, and they can be still, used as examples for other countries. So, concerning intersectionality, I'm sure that we all know what it means, but I think I would just highlight just two characteristics or two features of intersectionality. One is overlapping systems of disadvantages, and the other one is that that disadvantages that cannot be dealt with or addressed in isolation. So let me just first show you one of the products of our research. It's been mentioned by several of the speakers before that we produced, or the teams produced cartoons, for example, as one of the deliverables or outcomes of the project. So this is a cartoon on intersectionality, and just very briefly, you find actually copies of that, and you can also find this material online. So basically, we took the example of 4 Romani women. They are all Hungarians, and they are all professional women, and they all come from this very disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds, and they all achieved something important professionally from very different areas. And this is an educational material for school kids, and we introduced their biographies shortly in the material, and we also used extracts from interviews with these women where they were speaking about their experiences as children, and how they faced difficulties and how they overcome difficulties. And actually our main objective was to emphasize that this is not actually, if you're successful as a minority woman, it's not because you made it alone, okay? This is not your personality and personal traits are important, obviously, but this is like, they had to face systemic racism, systemic exclusion, and so on. And so there is a lot more to be done, and there's a lot more that the countries and systems should do so that these women could succeed. So this is just one of our products, so to say. So these were the issues we were focusing on in our research: abortion, refugees and migrants, family and social policies affecting the Roma. We were focusing a lot on Roma women, gender-based violence against Romani women, and femicides. So, I mean, it was mentioned before already when Isabel was talking about abortion debates and abortion, how abortion is picked up by political actors, that that abortion is very often, I mean, from an intersectionality point of view, abortion laws disproportionately affect women with lower social and cultural capital. So this is like one of the important findings about when we were looking at abortion from an intersectional point of view. So when talking about refugees and migrants, again, this is something we all know very well, how gender is weaponized, and it's also been mentioned before in other contexts and other fields. And some specificities of how gender is weaponized is, one is that men are often presented as aggressive threats. And on the other hand, women as cultural dangers, meaning that they are seen as reproductive threats to the in-group women of the in-group. Okay, so this is our second. It was our second topic, and then we were also looking at family and social policies and how they affect minority women, in this case Roma women, and we had very interesting findings. I think one is that that the structural causes of how Romani women are excluded or suffer from social exclusion are very often concealed, and we use the word invisibilized, and we use the word a lot for describing the different topics concerning minority women, because this is actually, and I would highlight that this is like one of our main findings, that intersectional issues are highly invisibilized. So this is what happens to Romani women when they are mentioned or actually not mentioned in relation with social and family policies. And also, like, the Romani women also suffer from the double burden of self-responsibilization and care and reproductive responsibilities. This is again something that women in general, mainly in illiberal countries, they suffer from, but not only. But I mean, it affects more women of minority background. Concerning gender-based violence, we, as I mentioned before, so it's also like invisibilization. That is a very important issue. So yeah, there is a lot of talk about gender-based violence, but there's very little talk about gender-based violence against minority women. I mean, in this case, Romani women. So it's like there is this issue of like, yeah, we do have to talk about gender-based violence. That's politicized to in certain contexts, but since the political aim is to draw attention to the problems of gender-based violence, actually the other there is no objective of drawing attention to minority women, basically, for various reasons. For example, one reason is the fear of racism, or generating more racism against evoking the aggressive minority man image. So that's one of the reasons why it's largely invisibilized. So concerning femicides, I think one of the important findings is the absence of a specific legal framework which undercuts the identification of gender-based motives. And let me just go on quickly. directly to the recommendations, which are obviously based on our findings. Concerning abortion, a lot should be done to guarantee focus access for minority women as well, or women coming from disadvantaged social backgrounds. Concerning migrants and refugees, I think one of the ways to address the weaponization of gender concerning migrants is to showcase migrants' diverse identities, including men's and women's, both. The other topic, the next topic, family and social policies affecting the minorities and the Roma. It's one important issue should be to have targeted measures for low-income families and families without employment. And also care institutions should be developed to provide available services to all social groups and in all regions and settlement types. And just my last thoughts. Gender-based violence against Romani women, they should be enabled, and also platforms should be created for Romani women to share their perspectives on gender-based violence. So that could be one way of addressing the issue. And talking about femicides, I mentioned that one of the big issues is a legal problem of not really. So it would be important to facilitate better data collection and targeted interventions, and introduce protocols for identifying and persecuting gender-based motivations in homicide. So it's basically being more clear and definite about gender-based motivations in homicide cases. Okay, and I will thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Susanna, and we will keep you posted, because next year we will move on to intersectional inequalities, and we will include the perspectives of women with disabilities. This is something that we will be working on. And now I have great pleasure to introduce Vera Beloshitskaya, our fantastic coordinator of the project PushBackLash. Dr. Vera is also a research fellow at the University of Salzburg, and she specializes in a number of topics: gender and politics, political parties, democratic backsliding in Central and Eastern Europe, as well as mixed methods and advanced statistical methods, which is quite important in our project as well. And Vera will talk about intersectional inequalities, but she will focus on the impact of COVID. Over to you.
Thank you, Magda, for your kind introduction. I'm so happy to be here to present research that we actually do at the University of Salzburg. We are part of many packages and contribute to many tasks, but I'm here to present research that we do on COVID with my colleagues. I guess I need a clicker. With Matilda Tiron, Nadine Sweeney-Collins, and Professor Lev Gofridi. And it builds on the results of what we did together with Magda and Zsuzsa in Work Package 5. And when Zsuzsa said that intersectional dimension is very often invisible, and it is indeed invisible, because once we did a survey data assessment to see what's available in terms of existing data, what kind of analysis we can run. And the answer was not too much, especially in disability. That was one of our key findings, because as we approached this question, did COVID-19 pandemic impact all women in the same way, we particularly wanted to look at the breakdown for women with disabilities. And having existing data could not allow us to do that. This is why when we are doing our survey this year, we should get better data to bring further findings to you and then recommendations. So what we're working on, let me go back. So this work package looks at both systematic review of existing evidence of how women were impacted, particularly focusing again on the intersectional lens, and then we analyzed existing data and we plan to, again, bring new data into the conversation. And I had to tell you that because, again, once you see the results, you can ask why you're focusing on these dimensions of intersectional inequalities, and the answer will be because that's all we have for now. And we're building on this research. So the first slide is very busy, but I think what's important to highlight here is the red lines at the beginning, at the top of the slide, half of the countries analyzed. What it shows is that both low-educated men and women were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of their paid employment. However, in 10 EU countries that you see at the top of the slide, actually low-educated women were impacted more. And that's the key takeaway from this part of the research. And once we look at what's available, the systematic review of existing evidence, and we had 16,000 records screened, and we did it manually because we want to bring to the policy community, also to the academics, a paper where we compare machine learning and human coding. So it's still to come, but this is the result of human coding. So what is very striking, that's only 20 papers looked at. It was quantitative studies. They involved EU, not all EU, but a European country that looked at the impact of the pandemic on actual economic outcomes. And then there are 4 more dimensions that we're interested in. You will see today also childcare and household task distributions, and 3 more is abortion or reproductive rights, gender-based violence, and political outcomes. These are still in progress. So what is very, very important to highlight, in the first dimension, when we look at the impact of the pandemic on economic outcomes, there were only 2 studies that actually explicitly use an intersectional perspective, and we can debate, how fruitful it is and how possible it is to be done in quantitative studies, but there's been a way to do it. So they looked at parenting status and gender, and then socioeconomic status and gender. Those are the 2, and only in Germany and France. When it comes to childcare, that's more concerning. So we looked at parenthood, which traditionally, if you look at intersectional theory, parenthood is not considered as one of those dimensions. But it's important because we know there's a motherhood penalty. And our data does show that mothers indeed experienced the heaviest burden on the pandemic. This is EU level. And you can see that there is a huge increase, more than 4 hours for women who have young children. And there's a lot more studies on this dimension in the literature. So we identified 17 studies. And here there was also the inclusion, sometimes studies were also looking at the level of education and how it affected household task distribution, and then also childcare. And the findings are pretty interesting. So one robust findings that study after study keeps reporting is that, again, women who were mothers were disproportionately affected. They had to increase both household task participation and then taking care of their children. What was more interesting, and I would invite you to look into our policy brief, what happened to fathers. So there's been evidence reported that fathers did get engaged more, but in childcare, not so much in household work during the pandemic. It's something to really think about when we think about the impact of policies, that bring fathers and mothers home. And a lot of times in some countries, there was a lot of also higher educated women doing gender, particularly in Western European countries and Hungary, where women they didn't lose their job, they continued their paid employment, but they still had to do more housework and more childcare. So what are the policy recommendations? We invite policymakers to really pay attention to the additional dimensions of inequality when they devise policies. Because what happens is that, especially when ad hoc measures are used, we already have in the, what Rebecca left her word, in offline world, there is a distribution already of different situations and experiences that different groups of men and women experience. So sending everybody home without considering, whether those homes were safe or those homes provided space for where moms can work or could work adequately, or somehow didn't provide space to engage more men. So this is a lot to start thinking about when, the emergency response is being made as a policy. And I think that's our key message that we would like to convey here. And I think in any crisis, and when we work with families, there is always a question of the division of care responsibilities. And I know as a society, we, might support also public support, but when crises happen, not necessarily COVID, but it can be a natural disaster, it all goes back to families. So how can we address that fairly and support mothers and fathers? I think that's what I want you to take away out of this presentation today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera, for this quick but very in-depth overview of the findings. And we really want to stress that if you are doing or creating parameters for your qualitative or quantitative research, for instance, surveys, please do include disability, because as Vera said, there's a huge gap in that vault, research vault. And when you do define disability, it also matters. Please do not do it along the lines of charity model of disability or medical model of disability, but rather follow the social or human rights model of disability. So thank you both. And now our presenters are open to any questions that you might have for them in a limited time. 5 minutes. Okay, we have a question on the... Please go ahead. Yes.
Hi, I'm Patricia Paxton. I'm based at the University of Stavanger. I research other families. So we're talking about intersectionality. So deep division, are we talking just about nuclear families, step families, homosexual families? Where are they? Are they talking about invisibling, right?
Yes, and as I said, it's a limitation of existing data. I'm so grateful you brought this point, because in the EU data, the existing data, the model is heteronormative. In systematic review, because again, queer families are part of families. However, if you look at the research that is done on queer people and their families during COVID, we didn't find anything. All the research that is being done is on mental health experiences, access to healthcare. And the data, again, we're working on it. If you're interested in looking at the actual data, it's there. But the lens of family, although I think the language of families is not used in that research, which is, I think, a finding in itself, which is very interesting.
Thank you. Any other questions, suggestions, recommendations? Okay, Nadia.
Hello again. Thank you, Vera. I have a paper that it's on first view. It hasn't been published yet, but it's available online that I'm happy to share with you and your colleagues. It's looking at minority women state legislators and the kind of advocacy that they did around COVID-19. And so we collected data from Facebook and Twitter posts to think about the ways that state legislators were trying to connect resources to marginalized groups in the face of the pandemic, right? And a lot of the things that you mentioned, right, being sent home, whether the home is safe, whether there's adequate resources, are people that, or did people know how to access resources that they were previously getting, but now we're going to take a different form because of lockdown orders? I'm happy to share this data. Again, like it's in the US context, it's not in the EU, but I can also share with you how my colleagues and I went about collecting the data, because some of the work that we had to do, again, was uncovering some of the things that would have been missed if we were looking at just say blanket women's issues, right? We were thinking about child care as a women's issue, but not thinking about it in an intersectional way, where we know that women of color are the ones that are giving care. And so what does it mean when they are performing child care perhaps to someone else's family, but not being able to take care of their child that is in their own home? So yeah, happy to talk with you maybe during lunch or some other time.
Thank you. Again, thank you for bringing it up, because one of the limitations of our research is a systematic review, and we went with pre-identified keywords that we got from the studies that were highly cited, but it's English. We excluded all the studies on the US. There's a lot more on the US, but it's excluded, but the data are available if anybody else wants to analyze it. So there could be a lot more done in national context, but they're not part of our systematic review, because again, English-speaking peer review paper is one of those. And then another very important point about connecting and care. So because this is a part of our preliminary findings, and the focus is only in quantitative studies, this is the results that you're saying. We're now also analyzing qualitative studies, and there's a lot more that we want to elevate and highlight in the actual report that is coming in June on qualitative studies that explore care provided by, also in the European context, by migrants, a lot of research in Spain, and then how their experiences and their responses to the pandemic. We're trying to synthesize this evidence now about experiences, but that will come from qualitative research. So more to come. So yeah, but thank you for bringing it up. Absolutely.
We would have time for one very quick question. Oh, yes, please go ahead.
It's not actually a question. I'm grateful for
Suggestion
this
or
presentation, for this panel, because we have an SOS line which works bottom up. We're activists, and we work with Roma women with disabilities, all these people, and the invisible stuff that remains outside the application of existing laws is huge. Research is nothing, and because we're doing also work in schools, trying to establish human rights for everybody, etc. Also there, we see the creation of ghetto schools now. Right now, at this time, 2024, which is very frightening. I just wanted to mention this to you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Good morning. Sorry, I will be very quick. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to highlight something, because you touched on it generally in your presentation, but I just want to reiterate how important it is to address the issue of racism when we talk about intersectionality, gender inequality, and backlash, and we should address this as such, and not just from a perspective of migration, because in that case we miss the issue of institutional violence against racialized people, and particularly in terms of unequal access to resources, to healthcare services, and for example, on forced sterilization that happened, for example, in France. And it's really hard to have data because we are not allowed to do ethnic statistics, but from the experience of grassroots organization, we know that Black women, for example, and Arabic women are really marginalized and having really hard difficulty to get access to healthcare services. So we need to find a way to address these issues and to collect data at national level, but also at institutional level, when we are not allowed to do ethnic statistics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we will be ending on this research action, a call to action. So thank you for that. It's high noon, so it's high time to get re-energized during our lunch break. We will have hour and a half. Thank you again, Susanna, and thank you again, Vera, and see you after the break.
Thank you very much. Shall I just sort of remind you some housekeeping? I mean, you've received in your package, you've received sort of indications about where you could go for lunch. For those people, partners and speakers, please remain in the room because there is quite a sort of, I would say, a pathwork to get pathway to get to the place where we want to get. We've got a very political table, round table at 1:30. So please be in time because all these people, all these ladies are very, very sort of pressed for time. And so thank you. Have a good lunch and see you later.
And if I may, advisory board members, please stay with us. Thank you.
Excuse me. Could you please sort of stay in the room for a group photo? I don't know how it's going to be organized, but it will be in the room. Hello, could you please gather for the picture, please? In the center here. Thank you for being in time. Sorry for the delay. We're sort of waiting for a few more minutes for Lina Galvez to arrive from the Parliament.
So, hello again. Good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. We are still waiting for one of our panel speakers, but we will start because we have 8 speakers, and we want to make the best out of it because we have an excellent panel, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions for this panel. So the main objectives of our panel is to highlight the urgency of countering the anti-democratic threats and the anti-gender backlash that we spoke about this morning, based also on our research, and to explore Europe's role and the institutions and individual political parties' contribution to fostering resistance, and also to see, you know, what are the recommendations from the politicians, but also to get your feedback. So I will introduce the speakers that are here very briefly, and then they can highlight something that is important for them. And then we can start the discussion when Mrs. Galvez Munoz arrives. So on my right, you have Katja Repel from the European Commission. She's head of unit of the Democracy, Equality and Culture, and she's also at the Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Then we have Frances Fitzgerald, is a former member of the European Parliament from the European People's Party, and she's the founder of the Women's Environment Network and has held a lot of other positions, more minister, etc. Then we have Hannah Yedin, also a member of the European Parliament from the Left Group, and she is in the Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee, as well as the Women's Equality Committee. And now on my left, Alexandra Geese, member of the European Parliament from the Greens. She's also in the Diversity Council of the Greens and also the Women's Committees. Then we have the minority member of our panel, Dennis van der Weur, Head of Outreach and Engagement of the European Institute for Gender Equality, the known EIGE, who's also have worked a lot the last 2 decades on strategic communication and gender equality issues. And then we have Evelyn Regner, also a member of the European Parliament from the Social and Democrats group, who studied at the University of Salzburg, and I'm very happy to mention that. And she is inter alia in the Committee for Economic and Monetary Affairs. And last but not least, Lucia Jahr, also a member of the European Parliament from the Renew Group, who is, among others, in the Budget Committee and the Women's Rights Committee. Our other speaker has not yet arrived, but I will begin the discussion. So we will start with maybe sharing some personal experience with the backlash, if you have any. So I would like to start with you, Hannah. If you have a personal experience with the backlash, and what did you think that has to be done about this? And I will also kindly ask the speakers to be very brief in their answers so that we can have an interesting discussion.
Well, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for inviting us and for having this very important discussion. So my name is Hanna Jedin. I'm from the Swedish Left Party. I'm a newly elected MEP, but I have a background as a lawyer, and I've been working with tenants' rights in Sweden. And I'm also a background in being a deputy mayor in the third biggest city in Sweden, Malmö, with a portfolio on equality issues. And I would say that when I was thinking about this, when I was 15, I had my feministic wake-up call. I was in a bus in my hometown then, Lund in Sweden, and suddenly I realized that me as a gender was not represented in all the different bus stops. Actually, it was names from different men during history, and it was just striking me. And since then, it has been very difficult to disconnect from that picture, actually. And it was also a part of me being, getting involved into politics. And when I look at my children today, what they grow up to, what kind of discussions, it's not at all a feministic approach. When I was 15 and then got politically involved, there was this feministic wave, you could say. People were discussing the inequalities and gender inequalities. They are not today. Today we meet a completely different, I would say, reality, not at least online. Me and Alexander have been to a discussion in the Committee for Internal Markets and Consumers Protection, where we have discussed what's happening online today with our children, the hate speech and the anti-gender movement that we see. So it's a completely different reality. I think that we have a very big responsibility as MEPs from different political groups here, because we see that this discussion touches into the European Parliament as well. And I think one of the main things that we should focus on is the issue of consent. We have had this discussion within the European Parliament that is, of course, rape legislation should be consent-based. And we made big progresses in the last mandate period. And unfortunately, some member states stopped this progress. I think it's very unfortunate, because when you look at the internet and what's happening on the internet, it's actually often a question of the lack of consent that people are experiencing on internet, as well as what's happening in France and the very unfamous case of Pellicot. We should have a Lex Pellicot. Of course, it should be for a woman to consent on how her body and how she is used. I think this should be the main discussion within the European Parliament and within the European institutions at the moment. And just to finish as well, something else I think that we should be focusing on EU funding today. EU funding is going in a lot of different directions, but EU funding is also funding today the external borders, where we see that sometimes other countries, they put actually rape into a system in order to keep people out from the EU. That is our money, taxpayers' money. This should be discussed as well. So those are three big issues I would see as should be the main focus for this mandate period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like also to hear from you, Francis Fitzgerald. You are of a different generation, and you have, of course, you can also tell us about your personal experiences and maybe how do you see it now for the future? What do we need?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for putting this conference together. It's the first conference I've been aware of on the PushBackLash, actually, and I think it's really important to have it. I'm inclined to say plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, except there are variations. And I guess what I thought 30 years ago is that we would not be dealing with, for example, the issue of violence against women. I thought that would be eliminated with greater education, understanding by men, by society, and so on. And instead, what we see it increasing. We see the statistics are horrifying, and we see new forms of oppression online, as you've said, cybercrime, and so on. So, I mean, there are new manifestations, and I think what we're seeing as well now, I talk all the time about an unfinished democracy. I think we have to talk about democracy here. I've always said it's unfinished from the point of view of women, and I've had lots of personal experiences myself. I mean, primarily it's about having voice. So I think having voice is the key issue for all of us, and making sure that we have a critical mass of women, which we don't in many, many institutions or many places or many boards or many parliaments still. So if you don't have critical mass, your ability to influence is seriously decreased, but you obviously keep on working on it. And I think the context we have to discuss today is the democratic backlash, where 20% of election results are now being contested by individuals, where we have less people voting, and where we see the rise of those who are anti-equality, anti-feminism, and anti-gender equality, and where we see, a leader in America who can say what he likes about women and misogyny and yet gets elected. So I think these are all issues that we have to discuss. So it's now an unfinished democracy for everyone, for women and men. And I think we need more male champions. That's one of the points I would make. I think we really have to work with male leaders, given that they're in situ. And I think we do a lot of talking to ourselves, and that's really important. But I think we also need to be having male leaders. We need to, really push male leaders to take more action in this area. The last parliament was a good parliament in terms of gender equality. We got a lot of achievements by working cross-party. If that goes, I think you lose a lot, and that's a real challenge in the current FAM committee and the current parliament. So working cross-party, in my view, is essential to make progress, and we need to see, more and more of that. To mention other areas, like the UN held a conference this year and another one last year on the Commission on the Status of Women. And what did they discuss? They discussed technology and how we are seeing a replication in the technological field of the inequalities that we already have. And the statistics are really terrifying in relation to that, because 79% of jobs will be in that area. And this year they did a conference on women and poverty, and again you get the same issues. So I think what we have to be talking about are the disruptors that are there at the moment. And very briefly, just to say, I think the key disruptors are obviously conflict, the wars that we're seeing and the impact on women. I think technology is another one. How well are women prepared? And, there is backlash comes into all of these areas, and very, very bad experiences for women. And I think that the geopolitical tensions as well are playing out. And the lack of female leadership at the highest levels of political discourse, the lack of a critical mass, is really very serious when it comes to the impact that all of these, if you like, disruptors and climate change as well. So if you take technology, you take climate change, conflict and geopolitical change, and the impact that all of these are having on women, these are areas where there's pushback, where there's serious implications for the health of women and equality. So I think these are the kind of areas that we have to address together.
Thank you very much also for keeping the time and addressing so many dimensions. And I will now go to my left. Alexandra Geise, what do you think could be possible solutions to these problems?
Yeah, fortunately, the European institutions have come up with a solution, but in order to explain what the solution is, I have to take a step back to explain what the problem is, as some of my predecessors also said. We are facing a very strong backlash against gender equality. That is very clear. It's a little bit surprising. I'm also part of that generation that thought, you know, it's bad, but it's going to get better. And in the past 5 years, I would say it's gotten worse. It's really clearly gotten worse. And if you look at statistics on boys' opinions, really very young men opinions, there is really an enormous step backwards. And there is this gender divide that also you see in the voting behavior, that young men and very young men are really going to conservative or far-right positions, while girls stay very or become even more progressive. And why is that? Might sound simplistic, but teenage boys get bombarded with misogynistic content on TikTok and on YouTube. Absolutely bombarded. The same way that girls get bombarded with diet and anorexia content and what they're supposed to look at, and this is something that is talked about a lot, but boys get bombarded with this misogynistic content and with hate, you know, for some who knows that kind of content, you know, you have to be violent, you have to be dominant, girls are weak, you have to be strong, that's the only way of being a male, and this is what's so harmful. At the same time, women get enormous amount of online hate. In my country, Germany, more than 50% of women say they don't express their political opinion, they don't discuss politics on the internet because they're afraid of the hate. That's a severe limitation to freedom of expression. Gender disinformation. Disinformation is a total evil for democracy. It's really undermining democracy very seriously. And it affects women, especially women, journalists, politicians, and scientists 100 times more than men. That is very clear, not to speak then of sharing of intimate images against the will of that person, which is also a mass phenomenon, especially amongst young women. So why is all that happening? Why is this backlash so strong? I mean, people always have been biased. There have always been stereotypes because of the business model of the big tech platforms, Google, Meta, TikTok, whoever you name them, because they amplify any kind of content that elicits hate, fear, and anger, because this is what makes people interact, and then you can show them advertising. It's a business model. Yeah? All this backlash, all this hate is a business model. Obviously, the political actors benefiting from it and using it that's the content that gets produced, but because they know it works. So what we need to stop is that kind of business model, not the technology. You know, internet is great. But that business model, and this is something we can do. We have a legal instrument. It's called the Digital Services Act. It's called Article 34 of the Digital Services Act. And that article also helps because, as Francis Fitzgerald said, the same movements and the same mechanisms that attack gender equality also attack democracy. It's exactly the same thing. So Article 34 states that there need to be, the platforms have to do systemic reviews, systemic assessments, if their business model, the way they work, harms public discourse in elections, democracy, and whoever has been following what happened in Romania says this is the case, yeah, where TikTok, basically on TikTok, a democratic election was so much distorted that it needs to be repeated. And Article 34 also says there can't be systemic risks caused by the platforms in terms of violence against women and discrimination. So what we need to do is to trigger that article and tell the European Commission to enforce that article with a specific focus, once on public discourse and elections because of the gender disinformation, and two, violence against women and discrimination, because this business model really fuels violence against women, which is the outcome also of the backlash. So this is what the European institutions have done in the past mandate. We have created this legal instrument. Now it's the Commission's job to enforce it with that specific priority. And it's all our job to call for that, to have a call for action, to really do that, because they have to choose their priorities, and everybody is telling them, well, do this, do this, do that, do that. There's a lot of things you can do with the Digital Services Act. The big tech platforms don't want them to look into the business model, into these amplification and targeting mechanisms, to be a little bit technical. But if we all raise our voices and say, this is what you need to do to stop the amplification of this backlash, the business model behind this backlash, then I think we can achieve it, and very soon, and we can stop the backlash and come back to making progress in democracy and in gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And since you mentioned the European Union institutions, and we have someone here from the Commission, Katja Reppel, would you like to elaborate a little bit what have we done at the EU level and what is still possible? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, first of all, for having gathered here this eminent panel. I am super impressed and super happy that this issue of backlash against anti-feminist movements is really taken seriously in the European Parliament. I mean, my dream scenario, because my unit in DG Research and Innovation is actually in charge of funding research on democracy, among other things, also gender equality in research and innovation. And one of our big mancos and calls to the project is always, please reach out to the policymakers. Voila! So I am thrilled to be on the panel and see how the project works. Anyway, but just to pick up a bit on the questions and what I heard so far, and it's maybe a little bit more unstructured than what I thought to say in the beginning, but the appeal to really work on issues like hate speech, I think, is very well heard. If you followed the citizens panel on hate speech, which took place earlier this year, actually, it concluded spot on what you said. It's the algorithms which need to be addressed. And without being in a position of prejudging what the new College of Commissioners, which just started and took up the office, will really do, what I can affirm is that this issue of hate speech is very high on their agenda, and they are very well aware. So I'm very positive about this happening. When it comes to women in politics, the political guidelines of our old and new Commission President, Mrs. von der Leyen, explicitly spelled out that empowering women in politics is one of the issues, and there also the violence against women can be also verbal violence in the form of hate speech. So again, without being in a position to prejudge anything, very well heard, and I'm certainly in a position to say that the Commission is aware and will take actions in regard to that. That a little bit brings me to your question, what has the Commission done? With regard to democracy, there was the European Democracy Action Plan. I don't want to go through it in detail, but disinformation was exactly one of the elements which was tackled in that. The role of media, social media, but also the traditional media, the fight against foreign interference, the building up and strengthening of a civil society was also there. And the next, the successor to that is will be the so-called Democracy Shield, which has also been announced by Mrs. von der Leyen in her political guidelines. When it comes to women's rights, and really there is an overlap in that, the next step of the Commission will be a roadmap for women's rights, which is supposed to be presented in March next year. So that is more intended to be a strategic document. And since the Commission continues to be very committed to gender equality, also a new gender equality strategy succeeding to the current one, which ends in a year's time roundabout. And with that, maybe let me move a little bit on to the field where my Directorate General is in charge and where my now new Commissioner, Mrs. Zaharieva, is in charge. And that is gender equality in research and innovation. One of the manifestations of what we have done so far in the past is, well, actually this event, because my unit is programming and then funding research and innovation projects on questions of democracy. And there's about a dozen of projects which is about feminism, toxic masculinity, these backlash, other types of inequalities, intersectionality. How can disadvantaged groups participate better in democracy? And. So the whole range, a whole cluster of projects which exists around that, which I'm very proud of. And when it comes to the implementation of research and innovation policy, or funding rather, I think I'm also in a position to be rather proud, although praising oneself is seen very, very badly, but let me still try to do that, because the European Commission imposed that anybody who wants to have Horizon Europe funding and is a public body or a research body has to have a gender equality plan in place. And that is not linked to the project, but linked to the institutions. It's about institutional change. The Horizon Europe implementation is also very strong on better gender balance, and that goes across the thing. That goes from the evaluators of the project proposals down to the participants in the actual projects, participants in the sense of the researchers. We want a gender balance among the researchers and have mechanisms to incentivize that. And last but not least, the integration of a gender dimension in the actual research and innovation actions is now standard. So if you feel a topic of research doesn't need to do that, you have to basically justify that and flag that, as this time you don't. And for everybody else, you have to have a gender dimension in that. And since you mentioned also Frances mentioned the technology in women, having this gender dimension when you develop tech solutions, artificial intelligence solutions and so on is super important. So this is really the baseline which we are pushing for, in health as well. My unit is also following civil security. You were mentioning border crossings and things of that sort. Also there, if you design processes, etc., you have to deal with women and men who come there. And to have this gender dimension, even in these fields, when you develop new solutions, is very important. Without having going too much into more details, we are working together with the member states now on having inclusive gender equality. So not only, women, men, non-binary, but a broader view. So what is your ethnic background? What is your economic background? What is, are you LGBTIQ, and so on? These factors, when mixed together with gender equality aspects, can have a really much greater negative impact on the participation of women, also in research and innovation. So this is an issue we're working actively with the member states. We also have work ongoing with the research funding organizations in the member states and hope that they will follow suit when it comes to the integration of gender dimension in research and innovation content. And we had issued now together with a group of experts a code of conduct against gender-based violence in research innovation. And that also includes harassment. So, and now I come to the future, and with that I close, because my future commissioner, Ms. Zaharjeva, announced to issue an action plan for women in research and innovation and startups. And that is a very exciting movement, I must say. Very happy to do that. We are in the starting block again for preparing this action. One thing which she has flagged already as a very important thing, and maybe I can also put a slightly positive flavor to that. She wants to address the issue of the gender gap in STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, where women are crudely underrepresented. You mentioned it also in the field of ICT, digital professions. It's obnoxiously bad, the participation of women. And she wants, among other measures, to address that. And I think that is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate to men that gender equality is not only a fight about distribution of resources or jobs, but it's a win-win. There's a desperate need in the economy in the EU to have more people, more talents in STEM. And by excluding half the potential talents, everybody is losing. So changing the working conditions in companies in research in the STEM fields to make that more attractive for women to unfold their talent and contribute really to the prosperity, to the well-being, to the competitiveness of the European Union will be, I hope, part of the future actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this elaborate answer of what has been done and what is planned for the immediate future. I would like to welcome our last speaker, but very important, Lina Galvez Munoz, Chair of the Women's Rights Committee from the S&D group of the European Parliament. Welcome. I will give you some time to arrive because you must have been stressed, because we also started the panel because we don't have so much time. And then I will go to the other side again and I will ask, since we talked about algorithms and communication and all this fora, and I would like to ask Dennis van der Weer, since you are an expert in communication, is there anything we could change, in your opinion? You are working for the EGE, you know about gender equality and communication, so is there any?
Yeah, thanks first of all for this invitation. My director, like many across this table, is at the moment in the Parliament speaking in other fora. Yes, communication is indeed the angle that we've been focusing on. I think you already referred a little bit to social media platforms, etc. What we realized after doing, of course, a lot of other research looking into structural inequalities is that it all comes down now to understand how social media, how disinformation works. So we set up a quite nice small project called the Communication Lab, looking into narrative building, into behaviors on social media and what can be done. And we're working with experts on coming about with a guide on what to do online and how to react and understand the narratives there. It's quite an innovative approach. It's not an easy one, but we need to understand how social media works better. I have colleagues with children who they're trying to convince indeed that Andrew Tate is not okay. We don't understand the world of TikTok, and this is also a bit of a generational issue. So we need to do much more understanding how communication works. We need to dive into understanding from communication experts what needs to be done. And yeah, we need then to also, I think this is one big challenge for all of us in this room, but also outside of this room. We need to do much better in building our narratives together. And just by way of example, colleagues in Strasbourg, the Council of Europe, of course, are being confronted daily on the pushback on the Istanbul Convention. We need to develop together with those colleagues, but also with others, clear communication guidance on how to speak about the convention. The Istanbul Convention saves lives. We shouldn't fall into the trap of repeating the opponent's opinions and views. And I think still there's quite some fragmentation in how we do not align always our narratives, and thereby also weaken perhaps ourselves too much. So I think this is in terms of the disinformation part, on top of already the let's say the fact that science and that data are being questioned, the whataboutism that we often get on our social media channels. So that is another, let's say, problem on top of that. So I think that angle is what we're trying to do with many others. We need to learn from grassroots movements how they and their communities communicate and what can be done much more better. And I'm saying that also because when you speak to people working in the anti-racism field or other areas, the mechanisms are the same, the questioning, and the backlash against gender equality generally is one, but it is not the only one. It is indeed in the broader context of democratization and the backlash against the rule of law. Having said that, of course, that was also stressed already, we should never forget the structural inequalities that is also part of the backlash. We published our Gender Equality Index earlier this week. We're 71 out of 100 points with a 0.8 increase since last year. It's nothing. Next year we're 30 years after the Beijing for Platform action. We're going to publish a report looking at the achievements over the last 30 years, looking at the backlash in terms of Are our institutions sufficiently funded? Are we consulting with gender equality NGOs in a meaningful way? What about gender budgeting? So looking at the structural elements of inequalities, of the structures that we created a long time ago, that should also be part of the discussion on the backlash, just to not forget the structural dimensions.
Thank you very much. Evelyn Regner, I mean, when we're talking about structural inequalities, I guess that's something that has concerned you as a member of the SND. But what would you like the presidency's priorities to be on the agenda, and what do you think that could be feasible solutions for the immediate future?
A lot, of course. We need definitely a lot. First, simply implement what's there. I mean, that sounds quite conservative, but it's not at all. You mentioned that we have really reached a lot of progress on the paper that has to be implemented, and most things are simply not implemented yet. From women on boards to Istanbul Convention, precise measures, what has to be done, to the package to fight violence against women, where I really would love that we take rape on board and really to say, no, we should add. I sometimes think if this tragic, terrible case of Gisèle Pelligot had been known or treated already earlier, that could have been the push that France had another approach to the whole issue. Yeah. So let's not be defensive, but say no. Let's be proactive and say we have to add there, because this is really something that has to be done. And of course also implementing pay transparency and the Women on Boards Directive. So if we take this whole package, that is already something that has to be implemented. That's a progress. And of course I don't want that we stop there, because and I don't want to repeat anything that has been said already by previous speakers, has to be done. We are dealing with an attack on women's rights, LGBTQ rights, but of course it's an attack against the whole democracy. And I'm simply saying right now, it's not only legislative measures, we have to follow the money. We have the data, and we had so many proofs and presentations on the table, and I'm just mentioning one really hundreds of pages presented from the Austrian Institute for Human Science, but we have so many other proofs on the table that it's a huge attack on European democracy, on the European model, knowing that simply taking the money that comes from the US anti-rights movements, that is almost $1 billion, and therefore it's a huge attack that is here on the table, that has been taken from 2007 to 2019. So I'm not already there at the last figures we have as well, in order to fight those organizations who are defending women's rights, who are promoting women's rights progressing. And so somehow this is really a huge attack. And therefore legislative measures, that's one thing, but somehow taking this also as an attack and really answering with all the tools we have in the European Union. So Ursula von der Leyen has said that, but it's really going far deeper and far beyond. So let's follow those tracks, so the money that is there. And the last aspect I would like to say in this round, that is, we need men's alliance. So it is also about partnerships where we don't see them yet, and especially those who are not against all that what we are promoting, but who are a little bit ignorant, who leave the room when we are right now having this wonderful Gender Equality Week and going into all the committees and all the let me say, I always say, let's go to agriculture and fishery, and let's go to industry groups. those who normally, they are not against all that we are fighting for, but they're simply ignorant, leaving the room and not putting an emphasis. Simply to focus also there where we can have those bodies, those alliances, and oblige them. This is a huge, a bigger battle. It's on women's rights, but it's going far, far deeper. And I think this should be also an emphasis on our work in the ongoing months, but also in the next years.
Thank you very much. Lucia Jahr, what would be, from your perspective, from the Renew Group, the priorities and possible solutions?
Yes. Thank you very much for inviting me also and for the question. And I also will just follow up what the others were saying, because the idea of keeping the gender approach very horizontal is something where I am coming from, and I think what we are dealing with in our Renew Group as well. There was the original question that where we are coming from, and I also wanted to share my short story, because Hannah was saying that she also early age found out that she might be a feminist. I think that was my case as well, very early. And I'm coming from journalistic background, from defense security background, from the background of research, and this is my very new role, and I am kind of learning what it means to be a politician, or how to get some backlash as a politician, not as a journalist anymore. Back home, I'm coming from Slovakia, so I'm representing this Eastern European touch over here. I was quite known for being this bad girl who always brings up the topic of gender, whatever fora we are, because it's not that much anymore in Brussels, but back home, trust me, there are so many cases where you are the only woman in the room, in all kinds of forums still, when you get into when you get to moderate a panel. I refused to do this for many years. I was the only one to be refusing this, and just I couldn't get the understanding. Why am I not being that woman in that panel? But well, not ringing the bell. And when I came to the European Parliament, one of the first things that we were doing were hearings, right? Hearings of the new commissioner. And I am sitting at the AFET, and probably will be in the SEDE, which are the foreign affairs defense committees. And we had the commissioner, now Commissioner Kubilius, for the defense. And that time, I was going very end of the hearing, it's all kind of scheduled. And I was at the very end, and all kinds of questions were asked. And yeah, he was flying very easily in there. He's quite an expert. And then there was some kind of misunderstanding on him talking about astronauts or female astronauts, that he is not the one to, you were asking, right? Yes, he was responding you to that. And then I felt like, okay, let's push him a little bit further. So I asked him on the gender mainstreaming in the defense and security, and it kind of became an outrage, because when he felt bad in that 4 hours hearing, I think those were the moments where he wasn't feeling the best. And I wanted to talk about the backlash, because later on, when we also kind of presented it back home, that asking on gender equality or gender mainstreaming within the defense industry, where we are going to pour hell a lot of money, where we are lacking people, and as Katja said, if we are cutting off half of the talents, especially now with the new armies, with the people that we need in the communication, how we will be fulfilling our goal, how we will have really future-proof, sustainable armies and defense. So not much of understanding came from that. I got quite a backlash on asking a commissioner for defense on gender again. But I think this is exactly some of the solutions that I am trying to do in the European Parliament. I am a vice chair of the budget committee, and today, half day, we were discussing gender budgeting. Alex was working on this before. This is a major topic. We need to get the people that are aware that they because I put once, and many of you probably did as well, you put this gender glass, you cannot put it down anymore, right? You cannot look into the things without understanding that or seeing it. So back in the budget committee, this is going to be my role. all the coordinators are male. I am the one responsible for gender budgeting. I'm going to be pushing from the beginning to the end because this is a horizontal issue. I'm going to be doing this in the Defense Committee, in the AFET Committee, and wherever we will be going, because I think this might be a mission, and I know that many of my colleagues are feeling the same way. We will have some battles, and probably Lina will be talking about this a little bit more, because, and I'm not shying away to say that the EPP group is going to make us a lot of troubles when it comes to discussing or not discussing the democratic issues, human rights issues, gender issues with the far right, because it is becoming scary. Today we already had an issue. I mean, it's coming almost every FEM committee, what we are dealing with now. And the very last thing, what I think every one of us can do, not only in the European Parliament or any institution, is this microfeminism. And I really like that thing to go and try to speak with your friends or your family, to suggest suddenly when there is a room full of men, then suddenly maybe there sometimes should be a woman. If we are holding the door for a male, there is an outrage and so on. So there are, in the language, back in my home country, it's incredibly gendered language what we are using. It also can be very much open. So I think everyone can be chipping in those daily means, because this is a social change that we are going through. And if I get the word next time, then I will have something else to add on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, Lina Galvez Munoz, as a chair of the Women's Rights Committee, what would be your priorities from the perspective of the Parliament, and any other important idea you want to give to this room about your actions in the committee?
So first of all, thank you very much, and apologies for being late, but we have this Gender Equality Week. We have had a committee from Women's Rights and Gender Equality the whole day voting, very difficult voting, and it was the cocktail also. So, and I have to go back because the Gender Equality Index will be presented in the FAN committee just now at 3 o'clock, so sorry about that. Anyway, so some of our priorities probably are already mentioned. I think it was Evelyn mentioning how important it is implementation. She was one of the main actors in the previous term. Also, Frances Fitzgerald. She was one of the co-rapporteurs of the Gender-Based Violence Directive that has been so important, and that now we need to implement other directives that has been mentioned, or some very good advances that we cannot drop as in Horizon Europe, that it is probably the fund that has the gender conditionality, speaking about budget, more developed. It is the fund that there is a kind of gender conditionality which is not in other funds. So if we take Next Generation EU, most of that money went to men because it went to sectors that are mainly male-dominated, which is all the decarbonization sectors or digital sectors. So this is very important because it is creating mainly male jobs with our taxes that we are paying as well as women. So this is extremely important, and it is. And Horizon Europe is probably the best fund, the best practice. We really need to spoil or to copy because it is under threat now. Because now one of the main flags in the Commission is bureaucratic simplification, and there are already political families, MEPs and forces saying that it is too much bureaucracy on Horizon Europe. What they are thinking to take out, where they are proposing to take out, gender conditionality. So it's like if democracy, it is, it's too much paperwork. So probably there are goals that we need probably to make a bit more bureaucracy, which is not true. I mean, framework programs were bureaucratic before we have this gender conditionality. And if we don't have this gender conditionality, probably we will be missing gender approach in research program. Most of you are researchers. I am a researcher myself. I'm a university professor, so I'm coming from university. So, and I was specialized in gender studies. So it was someone saying the other day, is the canary in the mine, gender studies. If they are going for gender studies, it's because they are going for democracy. And where I'm perceiving now is that the anti-democratic, anti-European forces know how central are gender equality and women's rights for democracy. So it is why they are attacking us. So is why they are attacking gender equality narratives, rights, and everything. They know it is a core part of democracy. They know that feminism probably is the most radical democratic movement in the whole 20th century and 21st century. And it does not belong to any political party. And you could see here that it does not belong to any political party. But it is radical in terms of democracy. So this is why they are, well, we could discuss whether we will be more, I will be also saying that probably I'm socialist, I will say probably this, but I want to go now to what is common to us. But because I think it's the moment to do that. Because if you take the difference in between the last term and this term, there is already a huge difference. It's not only the Francis is not there, which is a huge difference, but it is a huge difference. I mean, in the last term, these anti-democratic, anti-European, anti-gender groups that are representing this international movement, this gender backlash, and they receive the same financing, the same strategies, they say the same things, they then change depending on the context, but they say exactly the same things, and so on and so forth. They were participating, for instance, in the fund committee in a very, very tiny way. There were some people that were acting in themselves, but, in a kind of isolated way. This is not the case now. This is not the case. Now they know. This is important. This is a cultural war. This is a battle they need to win in order to really empty democracy, in order to weaken our democracies, to make weaker also our European project. Because gender equality is enshrined in our treaties. It is in our core values. It's something that we forget because we don't have harmonization on women's rights, because we don't, gender-based violence is not a Euro crime, and because of that we think it is not enshrined in our treaties, but it is. It is. It's one of our core values. So they are going against our core values. And they are acting now in a coordinated way. So why I'm really trying to make the rest to work in the same way, because we really need to think also gender equality as a core issue of our democracies, and we really need to defend ourselves. Just to make a couple of examples, and like this, I don't want to take much more time, although I will, escape later on possibly. A couple of examples how things have changed in the European Parliament. Lucia was talking about the hearings. It is completely right. I asked Kubilius that it was a former colleague in ITRE, so I know him, about space in the sense that it is a new frontier, it's a new world, and we won't be there as women. We don't want to be kept out as we have been in the past. I said, well, this is not my responsibility. Women astronauts, I say, excuse me, well, no, never mind. But I would like to highlight a couple of important issues that happen also during the hearings. Since we are saying all the time that it's not only important to develop gender equality, women's rights legislation, but also to bring equality to the rest of the committees and to the rest of our legislation that we are doing now with the Gender Equality Week. That it was an idea of Evelyn Regner that is there to develop also these gender equality issues in the rest of the committees. So we asked, well, why not? We as FAN committee, we will not be present as invited committee in other committees, and obviously we pointed out some of them that were very important for us. And obviously it was a kind of commitment among the coordinators in the FAN committee that health commissioner should be one of them, that we should be there. So in the conference of chairs, the president, I was fighting for that, so I convinced and they say, okay, you will be invited committee. In few of them that we were out. We were not at the very beginning, and it was health. But then in the conference of presidents, where the highest level of the different political groups are sit down, we were took off. They did not want us to ask about what? About sexual and reproductive health rights. Also, we could not ask as a committee on the Justice Commissioner, the Irish Commissioner McGrath, that finally he mentioned, because I said to him, we will ask you for that, yes or yes, and he's very good, I have to say. But the political groups did not want to include in the questions to the Justice Commissioner from the FAN committee sexual and reproductive health rights. The word rights is taken out. If we take our rights, it is also a health issue. If it is a health issue, it's not a European problem or an European. So it is just member states. Competence. So this is all that is going on. So this is very important. And I think, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, I think there is a whole, they have a model, they have a whole idea they want to develop. And when they say they, I say anti-gender, anti-democratic, anti-European forces, because they are the same. And so we have to be united in front of them. They have a very clear idea. It is, I'm an economist, a feminist economy myself, so it's a kind of a political economy of our bodies, because it is through going against sexual and reproductive health rights. This is the main target. But they are also including the right of women to stay at home. They are all the time saying more and more on that. Just follow the debates in the plenary, follow the debates in the FAN committee, this idea. Why? Because we should theoretically stay at home to have more kids, because obviously we have a demographic problem. But to have more kids for what? In order to, we have less immigrants in Europe. So it is a circle they are doing. There are justifications as the same thing they are saying, yes, we are against gender-based violence, we are against violence against women. And who are the violent ones? The immigrants, especially Muslim. So they are now in these topics. Before they were not so clearly in these topics. Now they are in these topics. So why it is extremely important than the rest, and I ask you, Frances, to be very active with your group. Please, please. We need to be very close, the rest together, and to know that to defend women's rights and to defend gender equality, it is also the best way to defend our democracies and our European project. And we need to put that in the core of our political action, the same thing they are doing now, because they are doing now, it is more and more and more and more a core issue for them. And they are now every single day, sometimes there are more people from these political families in the FAN participating in the FAN committee than from the rest of the groups. And this cannot be the case. And this is happening, and this is happening every single week. So please, this is a kind of a pledge that we really need to be united in front what we have. And when I see united, not only political groups, but also academia, also civil society, because what we have in front of us, it is a clear backlash. Sorry about that, but I'm fighting every single day. It's giving me really, I'm getting sick physically of fighting what I'm fighting every single day, because there are now 3 groups, extreme right groups in the European Parliament. They are very active now at the Fund Committee, and they are really, just going against every single thing, even the way we behave, absolutely everything, and very basic things on how democracy works. So they are not Democrats. Sorry, they are not. They are not. And you could see in the way they are saying, well, if the majorities has changed, if we have a directive on gender equality, it's the past term, it doesn't matter. So things that are, excuse me, what are you saying? These are the things. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the whole panel, we have to be united and we have to coordinate better across sectors, academia, policy, activists. So now I would like to open the floor, and you will come with some questions, and then I will give my panel 1 minute to respond per person, and I will be very strict this time because I had to let our committee chair speak a little longer, because I do understand this what you said about physical. Yeah. So yes, we felt it, and we are very grateful for all the work you all do. We are very grateful. So we start with the questions. I saw first here a question. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Niki Rubani from Greece. I just wanted to ask you if it has come to your concern that sometimes they use equality to get funding for backlash. We have a lot of cases in Greece. We have cases where fathers are claiming equality for fatherhood just in order to change the rights of parentship, and then they do not fulfill their duties. They do not give money for the children. They do not look after the children. And we have even women judges, because there has not been enough training, accepting this and giving children equal time with mothers and fathers, even when fathers are not, they are, have been taken to court because they were violent, because they were taking drugs, etc. And they're managing to get funding, actually, for this. So I think we should take a look at these cases. The backlash, at the level of activists where I am, is really, for women, is a great disappointment.
Thank you very much for raising this point. We will let you respond afterwards. We collect 2 more questions. Yes.
Hi, Laura Consalter from Gender Studies student at Linköping University. Thank you so much for all your work and what you do on a daily basis. I hope one day to be on the other side where you're standing. And I think MP Regner raised a clear point of implementation. I think there's a lot of legislation, a lot of directives, a lot of convention. There's the Istanbul Convention, the Jeddah Convention from the UN, but all this legislation is not being implemented at the local level. The member states are not doing anything. Coming from Italy, a woman is killed every 3 days. So what actions can we take for this legislation to be implemented at the local level, that the member states do actually implement this? Thank you.
Thank you. There was one more question there.
Hi, thank you. Yes, my name is Emma, and I'm from White Plus. My question relates more to the root causes of the growth of the far right. I mean, let's be honest about this. It's been the centre and centre-right that has basically perpetrated neoliberal policies that have disenchanted working class communities across Europe and have basically caused the far right to rise. What are you going to do about it?
excuse me, once again, the last sentence.
What are you as policymakers in European Union going to do about it?
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much. I have just a brief remark, and I really like the remark about the unfinished democracy and the gender dimension. I'm Anna Rutz from Adam Mickiewicz University, Poland, and the Ministry of Higher Education. I'm responsible for accessibility in the higher education. And I appreciate that remark about gender dimension, which is a core of democracy, but still need, and I see the lack of accessibility dimension in the democracy. Because when we need to go to the civil society, we need to talk about feminism in an accessible language, in accessible format, I mean sign language interpretation, but also a language which is adapted to people from a lower cultural background. They need easy to understand language. They need to know what is the fight about. That the fight also refers to their personal lives. And accessibility doesn't refer only to people with disabilities, doesn't refer only to accessible buildings. It does refer also to accessible information. We are all cultural, visual culture now. TikTok, world, other social media are based on images. And the images are not accessible for people who are from different backgrounds, who have impaired visual skills, etc. And we still need to know, to keep an eye on it, that gender dimension, but accessibility dimension, it is a pair of a core in a democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll start from the end of my panel. 1 minute per person.
Okay, I will be this will be the fastest minute ever. I'm going to be cherry picking and trying to respond for the question on root causes, because I think this is something that we will be dealing with very much. And I will have very quick, short points on how did we get there and what we need to do, and how much the patriarchy in general is influencing what we are having now, and that we all, politicians, civil society, academia, need to push harder and be active and to actually bring the solutions. Firstly, men in education already with the setup that we currently have is kind of pushing away the boys. They are growing, they are developing a little bit later. They are already discussing in starting to go to school a bit later than the girls. We have already women coming from the colleges in the higher number than men, and this is very much influencing how the male are seeing themselves within the society. Secondly, in the workplace, in the workforce, most men are earning less than they were earning 50 years ago. They are declining in occupational status. This fast development, not of the STEM jobs, but of the HEAL jobs, health, education, administrative, literacy. Those are the jobs that are mostly women. Women are mostly interested in them. But in the future, while one STEM job will be created, 3 HEAL jobs will actually follow at the same time. And we do not have men there, and we cannot find them to be there. So it is, again, influencing very much how men are feeling in this patriarchal setup. And thirdly, in the family, the dad-aunt presence, the fact that in 1 in 3 kids, that after when the family divorces, 1 in 3 kids don't see their dad anymore, and this missing dad in the childhood especially influences boys. And these are the societal changes that we are dealing with. And if we are not going to address it in all these levels that I said, we are going to have even bigger troubles. And what somebody was saying at the beginning, this fact that women are much more liberal than male is going to be not just right-left kind of struggle, but it's going to be a man-women struggle for the future. And we need to get ready for this. Thank you.
You choose whatever statement you want to have as this last, but please be short.
I'm super brief. This is a network, so somehow cross parties closely working together, and it is the same for implementing. That means We are only strong if we, as civil society organizations, push, and the same as politicians. So when implementing, I take this question, it's simply let's go the way straight to the European Court of Justice, because what's happening there when they are not implementing is simply not following the rules as they are here on the table. And we simply should never ever accept that when states simply always argument, oh, it's about money. It's not about money, it's following the principles, it's in there. And therefore it's so important. I think we have the same way questions as you do all have. The only answer can be that those, and I think we share a lot, who share those values are working as closely as possible together. Nothing else can stop us. And also take civil society on board. And unfortunately we all, I think, as members have to leave for our committees, which start at 3 o'clock therefore.
I will use my last minute to pick up a little bit on little loose ends said about the role of men and boys and male allyship, because I think it's important. We had our Gender Equality Forum this week here in Brussels, and we had an amazing group of young people, 50, whom we worked with really for a long time. Among them also some wonderful young men and boys, and also those who identify as non-binary. And I was very happy to see a bit of hope and spark of enthusiasm. And we need to keep on treasuring this group. In addition to, of course, these very worrying statistics that we see about changing views between men and women, and particularly also younger generations. I think it's really important to keep on explaining that gender equality is good for women and men. It makes better teams, it makes better decision making, it's also better for our economies. So all of this we need to do collectively better. Gender equality has, unfortunately, also in my own experience when I started to work on this issue, people around me also wonder, but you're a man, why are you working for a women's issue? These are so strongly rooted problematic views that we need to do better in almost branding gender equality as a common issue. That also means that we need to create spaces where boys and men feel as welcome to discuss these issues as anyone else. Otherwise, we don't get there. But again, spark of hope with young people that I met this week, and yeah, that is hopeful.
Thank you for the positive message. And now we start again from the end of the table. Katja Reppel.
Yes, thank you very much. And I won't abuse. Just to note, the plea which came for implementation is well heard and well noted. And we will certainly dig our teeth into that in the future. And yes, and I could only thank you for the event and leave the floor to the next speakers given the time constraint.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for all the comments. Just to take up on the point about using, custody judges, I introduced the concept of coercive control into Irish legislation. And what we're seeing is the coercive control issue now being used within the courts by men working through custody, access, maintenance. And it's a very serious issue where judicial training is absolutely critical. So just to make that point, I think it's a very real issue for very vulnerable women very often. In relation to root causes and populism, just to say, populists, they're popular because they're talking about issues that matter to people. We have to listen. It's the housing, the cost of living issues. If we are dealing with what citizens really are worried about and care about, we can defeat populism. But it's a very big task at the moment. And on implementation, there's incredible scope now in the Directive on Violence Against Women to implement really strong action across all the member states. It has to be done. And I'll just finish by saying, when I was doing the directive and I saw that we could not include rape as an offence, because we only got 13 countries, we could not get the 27. If you ever wanted an insight into how people view gender, women, violence against women, it was in the inability to include rape as an offence for criminal justice reasons and all sorts of legal arguments. But actually, and France was amongst the leaders against it, and you see the movement there now in relation to rape. But if you ever wanted an insight into attitudes the idea that in this day and age we could not include rape as an offence and a directive on violence against women, as I say, for I would consider spurious legal reasons.
Thank you very much, Francis Fitzgerald. And now the last
Yes,
word.
to finish then, thank you so much. I would say that it's, from my point of view, it's a great strength that we can sit here from different political groups and to be so united on these important topics. It is important because we have, as was said, 3 big groups now in the parliament with a majority that has shifted, and 3 big groups that are being fascist, to be frank, and to be able to work together. But it doesn't matter how much we work within the parliament if we don't have the support from the NGOs, the civil society, scientists, and so on. There must be a push from society in order for us to put forward new legislation and to implement legislation. And to conclude, even though a lot of things unite us, I would say that there are differences as well. I come from the left group. I completely share the question that was asked. Of course, we need to have a class dimension on the issues that we discuss. Of course, we need to criticize austerity policies that make people not being able to afford their housing and pay their bills. And from my point of view, the inability to see this also creates problems that we then have to unite around. So that's why we're actually, I think, political beings and have chosen different political groups and parties. But that's life.
Thank you, thank you. But we still, despite the differences, find also some common issues. And I would like to end with that and with a call for unity and coordination and cooperation across academia, art, communication. So we really need to join forces. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm sorry I went a little bit over time with managing this panel, but it was really, really interesting. And now we have a coffee break and we come back for another very interesting panel at 15 past. Thank you very much.
I know you need a little bit of time to relax, to absorb. It was a very dense round table. So we'll meet back at 10 past 4. 10 past 3, sorry. 10 past 3. After the break.
Écoute, avec ces femmes-là, on peut faire quelque chose.
Oui, oui. De les avoir. Tu sais, c'est parce que c'est vraiment un sujet qui marche. Enfin, un sujet qui marche, un sujet qui inquiète tout le monde. Et c'est vrai que il y a très peu de réunions encore qui sont passées vraiment là-dessus. Sûr. Bien sûr, c'est clair. C'est vrai. Ouais, mais c'est parce que tu as la Chine, tu as... Ouais. Oui. Ouais.
Parce que les autoritarismes,
c'est aussi basé sur le nationalisme.
C'est des forces contre c'est-à-dire que
tu as tout à fait raison.
C'est totalement impliqué. C'est pour ça que je suis frustrée de ne pas.
Oui. Et d'un autre côté, d'un autre côté, tu as quand même des, des signes comme quoi le droit quelquefois prévaut, ou le droit peut prévaloir. Regarde en Roumanie, moi je trouve que ils ont annulé l'élection. Oui. Bon, il y a des petites choses comme ça, et je pense que ça veut dire qu'il faut vraiment. Ouais. Ouais. Ça va, ma belle? Ouais. Salut.
On va quand même boire un café.
Bah oui. Oui. Vous connaissiez alors, non? Non, je croyais que tu avais interviewé Jocelyne pour. Non? Pour le. Ouais. Oui, elle avait travaillé même sur l'évaluation de la stratégie. Non, je pensais que tu l'avais interviewé sur le, pour ton rapport pour PushBackLash sur la France. Non.
J'avais déjà fait 3 entretiens, je crois.
Ah ouais.
Maximum 4.
Après, il fallait synthétiser.
C'était bien ce matin?
Très bien.
Oui.
On va aller prendre un café.
Non, tu avais vraiment la présentation du projet, etc., et des premiers résultats avec un peu d'interaction entre les différents work packages.
Ouais. Et c'était prévu comme ça, c'est pour l'équipe.
C'est pas grand chose, mais comme tu m'as indiqué Marcolini, j'ai dit je vais faire un petit.
En plus,
vous en aurez pas beaucoup.
Tu as vu que c'est hors de prix, ce Marcolini.
Mais justement, vous en aurez un chacune et encore.
Oh, t'es mignonne. Vraiment, t'es mignonne.
Comme j'y suis allée lors du déjeuner, du coup,
ouais.
Là maintenant, du coup, j'ai dit je vais faire ça.
Ouais.
Je vais leur donner un petit clin d'œil. Bon, allez.
didn't get any information from the editor. I have to send everything, so I'm very sorry for interrupting the conversation. I would like to connect with you because I also work with families. This is my second. Yeah, and
Écoute, on va se régaler. Ouais. On va se régaler. Tu seras parti malheureusement, mais on va aller prendre un verre de vin et.
Tout à l'heure, il y a un verre de vin et puis il y a même.
Can we start again?
Ah oui, d'accord. Mais quand même, normalement, ça va.
Je sais pas moi. Okay, we're going to forget people who are outside. We're going to suggest that they're not interested. I'm very glad to introduce now our last panel with stakeholders. That's going to be very interesting because we've got a variety of a diversity, I should say, of actresses and who are represented and different sort of different types of women. So the moderator for this roundtable, and thank you very much, is Lisa Muge, who is a professor of political science at the University of Amsterdam, and a lot of you know her as well as the coordinator of one of the work package working in particular on online backlash. Lisa?
Yes, thank you so much. It's a great honor for me to chair this roundtable with civil society actors, and they all know each other, but I never met them, and I know their organizations. They're big inspiration for many years already. I'm using your work to share in my lectures, in research projects with students who work on all these kinds of issues. I think it's really important that we have you on board here. It is, in a way, what we call in gender and politics research, the velvet triangle in action, which is close collaboration between academics, policymakers, politicians, and civil society. And we need each other, so we need to strengthen this triangle. And I really hope that at the end of this roundtable, we can come up with some new ideas, some action plan, how to re-energize these contacts, these networks, but also to discuss with each other, what do we need? What do we need from each other? Because, so we've heard from the previous panel is that it's quite something what is happening at the moment. It's also a huge mental load, I think, for all of us. We are all working on these issues, backlash, in our research. I see what it's doing to our research groups. I hear what it's doing to politicians. It's probably also has an effect on you in civil society. So maybe I hope that we also have some space to discuss these very human issues that we all need to deal with. So, I prepared 3 themes that I believe are really important to discuss. So the first one is the civil society perspective on backlash and pushback, and what we can do to strengthen each other in the future. What does civil society need from academics, for instance, from pushbacklash, but also, like looking more into the future, what can they do with our all the research that we are producing? So I'm very pleased to introduce to you Mary Collins, Secretary General from the European Women's Lobby, Caroline Naughton, I hope that I pronounced your name well.
Well, you pronounced the name Caroline well, but I'm called Catherine.
Oh, sorry. It says Caroline, sorry. Catherine, Director of the European Disability Forum, Camille Bouton. Yes, okay, got that one right, sorry. Katrien Hugendubbe, Yes, Advocacy Director, International Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Trans and Intersex Association, and Anna Zopnina, Strategy and Policy Director of the European Network of Migrant Women. And before we delve into these bigger themes, maybe you all can briefly say something about your organization and what your organization is doing. And I would like to start with Anna Zopnina.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think everybody's quite tired after a long day. I'll give you very brief information about our network. We're a network of almost 50 organizations in over 20 European states. As our name says very clearly, we are dealing with the issues pertaining to migrant women. We are migrant and refugee-led organization. And we focus on aspects starting from labor rights to health and non-discrimination in access to services and employment, maternity issues, girl-child, elderly migrant women, with one big cross-cutting priority that really cross-cuts pretty much every other aspect of our work, which is violence against women. And again, huge umbrella term. Starting from female genital mutilation and forced marriage and honor-based violence to sexual exploitation in prostitution, domestic violence, rape, pornography, you name it, every type of violence that affects women will affect migrant and refugee women disproportionately. So this is our work. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine?
So I'm working for the European Disability Forum. And the European Disability Forum is an umbrella organisation. Our members are national organisations of persons with disabilities and European-wide organisations. And we have been working, of course, every issue that has been discussed today. A little bit reflecting what Anna said, when you think about all of these women's rights issues, of course, women with disabilities are also deeply affected. So we have been working, as well as working on the disability policy agenda at the EU level, we also work on the women's rights agenda and try to make sure that women with disabilities benefit equally, or at least are included and seen in women's rights policies.
Thank you, Camille.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Camille Butin from the International Planned Parenthood Federation, the European network. So IPPF works on advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights for all. That's an umbrella term that tackles a lot of different issues, from access to comprehensive sexuality education, contraception, abortion, maternal health care, and also combating all forms of gender-based violence, including sexual violence. We are also a network of organizations across Europe. So we have 30 member associations and 10 collaborative partners across Europe and Central Asia. And together we work on advocacy, activism, and also service delivery. So some of our members provide healthcare services.
Mary?
Take your microphone. Thank you very much. So the European Women's Lobby is the largest organisation, non-governmental organisation at European level. It's a membership-based organisation with members in all of the EU member states except one, but also in accession countries and in Iceland, Norway this year, Moldova, and other, as I say, the accession countries as well. We also have European-wide organisations representing specific issues of women. For example, the European Network of Migrant Women is one of the members, the European-wide member. So in total, we represent over 2,000 women's organisations across the EU. And our mission and our vision and our objective is that all women are free from exploitation, all women can lead independent lives, and that we're also shaping the policies. So not just reacting to the policies that are coming forward, but really shaping those policies and being what we would say proactive as well. We will be 35 years old next year, which is, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, because we still need to be there 35 years later. But at the same time, it shows the strength of the organisation across the European Union. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my name is Katrin Hugendubel. I'm Advocacy Director of ILGA Europe. We're the European Central Asian LGBTI network. So we have member organizations from large registered organizations to very small grassroots initiatives. There are over 700 organizations that are part of our corporation. We have our work is mainly divided into two teams. So we do programmatic support. That's a lot of work on which is fitting into what we were discussing today on, for example, strategic communication, but also alliance building. It is work on security and safety for human rights defenders, emergency support, digital security, all these kinds of things. There's a lot of re-granting that we're doing as well across the region. And the other part that I'm coordinating is advocacy work. So that includes with the EU institution, Council of Europe, UN, supporting on national level, but also strategic litigation. For us in our work, gender and gender equality is really core of what we're doing. And we've been concerned for years now, and maybe I'm diving a bit into the topic, but just to say that at the beginning, of the attempts to divide movements that is driven by many of the actors we've been mentioning today. So actually on 2021, on the occasion of the 8th of March, we issued a statement. You just need to Google ILGA Europe Gender Statement, where we reaffirm how important gender and gender equality is for us. We believe that our world, our societies are built on a binary structure that suppress and kind of discriminate against women in all their diversity. And so for us, the fight on women's rights, sexual and reproductive rights, and LGBTI rights is really closely interlinked and very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this provides a great background introduction to the audience. You already know each other. Let's do a quick round of hands because I think not everybody in the audience knows what they're doing. And thinking back to the Velvet Triangle, who's representing a civil society, an NGO? Oh, quite a bit of people. And politicians, policymakers? Oh, only one. They're all left to... Most probably went back to committee meetings and so on. And the rest are academics. Woohoo! That's us. Okay, great. The first question that I prepared is, what do you currently identify as the biggest challenge for the mission of your organization and why? And I would like to start with Camille.
Thank you. I have two main challenges, which I think are quite interlinked. The first one, obviously, is the theme of this conference. So I think anti-gender, anti-choice, anti-rights opposition all over Europe that is rising and coming from movements, groups that are quite organized and well-funded and that are working with each other across borders. And that is linked to the rise of political parties who are also carrying this agenda at the political level. So we've heard from the politicians just before, far-right gaining grounds in the European Parliament, but also all over Europe, honestly. More and more EU member states electing far-right governments. That is a clear and huge concerns for us, for sexual and reproductive health and rights, for women's rights, gender equality, LGBTIQ plus rights, but I think for human rights in general and basically our value, like our vision of society, like what kind of society do we want? And so, yeah, for us, we see increasing disinformation and attacks on the right to abortion. That was kind of always there, but also increased attacks on comprehensive sexuality education and a lot of disinformation around that. The concept of gender norms, gender identity. And as I said, broader attacks on, I think, democracy and human rights and the rule of law. Everything is really interlinked, and attacks on civic space. Also, and my second biggest challenge was funding, securing funding for civil society organizations on the ground, who are the main actors who I think can push back on this backlash. And the rise of the far right is a clear threat to the funding that we can get. Some of our members are funded by the government up to 80-90%. So, I mean, clearly, if a far right government comes to power, we can imagine that there will be quite big funding cuts, and for the EU as well. The budget of the EU will be renegotiated. Like, we have to fight for funding for civil society. Yeah, and then my last related challenge is time. I think we all struggle with time. We have to make clear choices in terms of our priorities because of the funding. What I said, like it's hard to prioritize. We do lack capacity, I think, to be on all fronts. So yeah, again, linked to the funding and building capacity.
Katrin, is this similar for your organization? I saw you're nodding.
Yeah, it is similar. So I'm not going to repeat anything Camille said, but I just want to say one thing in addition, is that so many of you know there is a UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and at the time that was adopted, and then it was very quickly ratified, I think it's 196 countries who ratified, there was a great sense of optimism that the barriers for people with disabilities would be gone. But actually in the last 10 years, when we look at the data, things like employment rates have not improved, but maybe in some cases got worse. We know this poverty rates increasing, cost of living very, very challenging. So there is also, I think this is causing an increase of all those pressures Camille talked about, the lack of funding for organizations, the constant, like the closure of democratic space. We're hearing every day about members having reduction of their funding while costs go up and people haven't felt progress on social and economic rights. So I remember 5 years ago when our youth committee, young people with disabilities, were talking about their priorities. They were talking about environment, they were talking about progressive human rights policies, and now they're talking about employment and housing. Because these things which would have been assumed before, if you went to school, if you studied, if you worked hard, you would get a job, you'd be able to rent a place. And now this is not a reality for people in most countries. So I think this is, together with at the organizational level, at the personal level, it's also causing pressure.
Anna, how's that for the Migrant Women Network?
Yes. Well, I can share... sorry, not possible to go. I can share some of what was said, but I would like to add some of the things. And I would like to start by quoting Andrea Dworkin, who said, "To right-wing men, we are private property. To left-wing men, we are public property." And Andrea Dworkin was a very astute woman who produced an extraordinary structural analysis in understanding how patriarchy operates. And I actually would recommend everyone to watch a film dedicated to her biography, My Name is Andrea, that was very recently produced. And I would like to make one disclaimer as well, that when we say right-wing, left-wing, progressive versus regressive, I think we need to treat it with a degree of caution. I can tell you this with certainty as someone born in a country, guess which one, that eliminated millions of its citizens with a very left-wing agenda on the premises of doing social good, and now trying to do exactly the same with its neighbors in the guise of eliminating Nazism. So I think we understand which country I'm talking about. That's Russia. So for me, those terms and labels are quite relative when we say right, left. And to say, okay, what does it mean? And why did I bring up this quote from Andrea Dworkin? Because it has real, actual implications on the lives of migrant women and refugee women, which is our group. And to demonstrate to you, for example, what happened, how this backlash, which I don't believe it is a backlash. If we look historically, the forces that has been conspiring against women, girls, they have been there for many, many years, including in the 70s when the very CEDAW Convention was discussed between the states and adopted. And when the United States of America, together with Iran, ended up not adopting CEDAW. For which reason? Because it discriminated against men. And we're pretty much in the same situation right now. And when, for example, the European Parliament was debating Violence Against Women Directive, it was mentioned already by Francis Federal. What we do not have in this directive in the end, we don't have rape. How is it not scandalous that we have a directive on violence against women and it doesn't have rape? Who went against rape? It was mentioned. There were states, and they were not just, Orban and the so-called regressive state. There was Germany, there was France, and so on. The other aspect that was dropped from the directive was sexual exploitation, which is quite ironic because the legal basis for the directive is Eurocrime on sexual exploitation of women and girls, on women and children. But it was dropped with the support both from left and right, because the parliamentarians said, well, wait a minute, you can treat female genital mutilation, let's put it in a directive, because migrants mostly do it. So, of course, we need to criminalize it. But prostitution, we do not touch this. We do not touch the men who treat women as sexual objects. Do not touch those men. Do not touch the pimps who benefit from those men treating women as sexual objects. So voila, we have a directive derived from the legal basis on sexual exploitation that does not have sexual exploitation in its text. So for us, when we deal, and we are a-religious, apolitical organization that is not affiliated with any political group, we prioritize women and girls. And the issues right now are very, very difficult in all sides of the political spectrum. And we are basically, in sum, losing the focus on women and girls.
Okay. Thank you. Mary?
Okay, I'll try this one. So, yes, thank you so much. And obviously share lots of what has already been said. I think that's our common thread, is that as civil society, we are really being squeezed, and there is definitely a shrinking space right across the board. I wanted to also start with quoting somebody, and it's Simone de Beauvoir, and she warned us 70 years ago, all it will take is any form of crisis, and our rights will be put into question, and that we have to remain vigilant all our lives. So I think that message is something that is not just the past. It really is today, very much echoes exactly what we are living and what we're experiencing and what we're thinking. And we knew as well that the backlash has been coming for a long time. It's not just yesterday or a couple of months ago or these elections. They have put a stamp on it and made it really structural, brought it into our systems, into our heads, into our minds, into the way we think, into what's being portrayed and what's being thrown out there to everybody. But it has been coming, and women's organisations right across Europe have been experiencing a real shrinking space in small little pockets, so to speak. But what's happening now, I think, is the normalisation. It's becoming normal to actually be in a shrinking space. It's becoming normalised to say that we don't have the funds. There are other priorities now, obviously, in the world in turmoil. Security, defence, militarisation. They have become our priorities, and therefore there's no money left. You'll get the peanuts or you mightn't get anything at all. But these are the big issues, because at the end of the day, it's absolutely crucial for a democracy, for a healthy democracy, to have independent, critical thinkers. Society cannot survive without civil society. And that's the big danger that we see moving ahead. And also all of the rights that have been pointed out, particularly violence against women, and the continuum of violence, because I think that's really important to say it's a continuum. It's about domination, exploitation, very much embedded in a patriarchal system. And we now see it more and more, obviously, in the digital space. And that is a very extremely worrying space, particularly for women and girls, where they're absolutely constantly being harassed and chased. We see many women as well who are candidates for elections who are actually dropping out, or some who are elected and dropping out as well, because the sheer massive exposure to all forms of violence on the digital space is just too much. And also because it's a very lonely space to be as well, behind a screen, and with no
real possibility of doing anything about it, because we still haven't accepted that this is a form of violence, so we absolutely need to have to have rules and regulations and laws that will actually enable something to be done about it. And that's what's, I think, for many, many women, that is daunting, that they actually don't have the possibility of doing anything about it. So these are some of the issues. Also sexual health and reproductive rights. Even in countries where there's access to abortion, there are more and more conditions and conditionalities and making it extremely difficult. So while it hasn't been, in some countries, hasn't been banned, but nevertheless the conditions to access it have been really made very, very difficult. What we see as well is interference, particularly with regards to funding again. So I'll just give you an example. In Bulgaria, there was a proposal to bring in a law on foreign agents, basically anybody, and particularly civil society as well, who received funding for more than, I think it was 500 leva, which is about €250. They had to declare, go on a register. So this is a kind of very disturbing and very, very worrying trend. Now, the law didn't pass, but nevertheless, it's been thrown into the system. We've also been told that in Slovenia, there is also the proposal for a law as well to allow pharmacists to be conscientious objectors, which would, that hasn't passed now either, but just to say that these are the kind of trends that are happening, and what it's doing is putting it into the public space, and the danger of normalising this as we move ahead is very, very great, and therefore that's why we have to really work together, stick together, be strong, and find strategies as well. And that's why I think your project is absolutely essential, and I would like to congratulate you as well on doing it. Thank you. There's some of the issues for the moment.
That's already a lot of issues. And also the second time this day that Simone de Beauvoir, the same quote is mentioned, which is also very telling. Like 70 years later, it's still so relevant. Karen.
Catherine, yeah. Thank you.
Sorry. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of being on a panel with many organizations we work with together is that I can build on that. I think many things that were said about funding, about the pushback is obviously in the reality of LGBTI organizations as well. Maybe just to sum up, on political level, it is a polarization we're seeing, and it's an extreme instrumentalization of minorities. We see that on the back of migrants, of refugees, but also on the LGBTI community. And we also see a really clear rise in hate speech from politicians, and I have to say that it's a bit of shame, and obviously it was no one from the panel, but we're really looking at the moment also to work with members of the European Parliament, because what we've seen since the elections in the European Parliament alone on homophobic, transphobic statements, but also on sexist and misogynist statements is really unprecedented. And, we really need to see how institutions are stepping up in kind of intervening as well. We're looking at the moment how to, together with other organizations, set up a monitoring, a documentation system that we can actually bring that to a clearer attention. The issue is that rise in hate speech it's not, and you all know that in this room, it's not only words. This is translating into the reality of people on a day-to-day basis. And we have an annual monitoring document, which we call the annual review, where we're collecting from all countries across Europe what's the reality, what's happening on the ground from member organizations. And the rise in actual hate and violence that LGBTI people, and especially LGBTI women, are experiencing is really incredible, especially over the last 5 years. So we're creating a space where in our society, all of a sudden, it's okay again. And that is really harming people on a day-to-day basis. It's also translating into access to services that people can't access anymore. It goes from discrimination in healthcare services, people being scared to actually reach out to the doctors because they're expecting higher levels of homophobia and transphobia. I was speaking actually only on Monday with a woman who's working on a coordination on on shelters for women on violence against women, and she's saying what they're hearing from the providers is that people don't even dare to write anywhere that trans women are welcome because they're scared of the far right's attacks they're getting on a day-to-day basis. And that clearly means that in the current climate, no trans woman will actually dare to enter that service, and that's a reality. We see it in the homelessness sector as well, that the statistics clearly show that most LGBTI people who are experiencing homelessness do not go to shelters because they're scared of homophobia and transphobia. So they're real issues that people are meeting. The LGBTI survey from the Fundamental Rights Agency that is done on a regular basis clearly documents that there's no move forward, that the discrimination people experience is staying the same. I want to, maybe with a little glimpse of hope, the other thing, and that's really speaking, it's an instrument against the instrumentalization, is on the other hand, what we're seeing is that what we call acceptance in society is actually still moving forward. The Eurobarometer of the European Commission from June this year clearly showed that even, for example, in Hungary, where there's a government that's constantly saying that, you know, it's the will of its people, that they have a legislation that's banning any showing of content on LGBTI rights before 10 o'clock on media, for example, even there, over half of the population are clearly in favor of same-sex marriage and adoption rights. And that's really nearly across the board. There's some countries in the EU where it's still lacking behind, but the progress is actually happening slowly. And I think if we start to look at, you know, what we can do, I think we really need to talk a little bit about that, because we won't stop the attacks on women's rights and LGBTI rights. I think what we can try to not stop, but make a little bit less fruitful is the ground where their attacks are actually catching on. And so how can we work together on that? How can we coordinate better in kind of doing that day-to-day work? And also it really spoke to me what Frances Fitzgerald was saying before. We also really need to take the concerns of people much more serious. And that's why, I really want to go back to that conversation from Monday I mentioned. I think it's really important that we do recognize that the wedge that is being driven between different movements is very dangerous. And if we dismiss it, if we dismiss the questions and the real fears and the real concerns people have, we're only fueling that. So I think we also all need to get better in actually listening what people are actually afraid about, if it's not hate speech, if it's not instrumentalization, and actually create spaces where we can have those conversations together that come from a clear starting point of human rights and actually working together on protecting everyone's rights.
Thank you so much. Also making that link to the politicians. I want to ask the NGOs in the audience if you share any of the challenges that have been identified by the panelists. Hands, 1, 2, yeah, some. And are there any challenges that not have been mentioned by the panelists, but you're a politician? I will ask you later. Let's first go to the NGOs.
One that was not mentioned or clearly for me is corruption. Corruption goes very deep. It has started with the economic crisis. People were bought off, and people were bought off at many levels, from police to politicians. Now, we should take care of that, because when we're talking about invisibility of issues, part of this is corruption. It's not just calling women names in the hate speech. It's also trying to undermine anybody who is putting up a fight for these women.
Thank you for this important addition. Any other challenges that not have been mentioned? Oh, and can you introduce yourself and saying what NGO you were representing? Could you also say which NGO you are?
European Network of Women, Greece.
Hi, I'm Devika. I'm with the Dutch political foundation Vote for a Woman. And I was thinking about not necessarily an outside challenge, but within the women's movement, the reluctance to really face systemic issues like racism, class differences, and other things. And what you just said, Katrien, and also Francis earlier, about listening to people's genuine concerns, for example, women of color, migrant women, refugee women, that is a really big red flag. Because a lot of those concerns can also just root in like racism, for example. And so how do you build an inclusive women's movement and try to get, for example, my job is to get women involved in politics, but you have to get them involved in the women's movement first. And how do you do that with a women's movement who isn't always vocal or really careful about the words they use when they describe the issues of the angry white men? So I think that is an inside issue.
I see someone in the back who would like to respond to that. Can you say your name?
Yes, I'm Charlene from European Alternative. I don't want to answer that, just I'm sharing the same concern. I just wanted to add an issue that hasn't been raised. We discussed about gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting, and I want to highlight the fact that we need to address that, unfortunately, most of the funding, especially on do not go directly to grassroots feminist and queer movements. Most of them are going to broader international organizations that have the funding to hire advocacy officer, etc., and they are not necessarily, but they are not necessarily those directly on the ground. So we should address the issues about like funding clearly grassroots organization, paying attention to the fact that the EU also funding anti-gender movements without knowing. So we need to track the funds. And about tracking, another issue is the rising of female nationalism and how we can distinguish ourselves from them. Because I'm coming from France, and at the moment they are growing and they are more visible and they are going in the media and are taking really seriously into account by policymakers and by institutions. So we need also to frame, a narrative to address this, because we're going to have also strong issues with this in the upcoming years.
Thank you so much for I saw someone there. Anybody else? Yeah? Okay. You go first.
Hi, I'm Emma Rennie. Some of the panel members actually know me. I represent Women in Development Europe Plus, and one of the things that we're seeing is the struggles with funding. More often than not, we're having to bend our strategic objectives just to fit predetermined sort of topics of funders themselves, which is a really big issue. And I have a question sort of for the panel, because I know all of your organizations and I know where you come from in different issues. How can we bridge our differences to actually build a unified approach or a cooperative approach in facing the far right?
That's one for the final round, for the future. But I will make a note. Yes, you had a comment.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Anna Roots from Adam Mickiewicz University, Poland. What evokes my deep concern is inside and outside both total lack of women rights and accessibility rights. There is no link in the public policies. And I see Mrs. Catherine Norton, which is who is nicking. And actually, we won't have democracy without accessibility. We won't have democracy without women rights, without LGBT rights, and more than invisible, I felt in the last panel when no one actually remarked to my concern about the lack of accessibility even in the European institutions. How should we get to people if we use inaccessible information? I don't mean only sign language interpretation. I mean also information which is understood by the civil society. The civil society doesn't understand what we are talking about because it's too abstract for them. And we really need to refer to the personal life, not only for able-bodied people, but also for people who are still the civil people, who are citizens, but don't have access to the public services, healthcare, maternity, abortion, etc. There are still people who need to fight for housing, for against poverty, and they even don't have energy to fight for other rights like women's rights, etc. So this is the more than deep. It's like sometimes I feel exhausted and burned out, and I'm not the only one who shares this, because we have like 30 years when we talk about the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, and we don't see the progress. That's the point, actually. Sorry for emotions, but we need emotions to talk about the rights of people.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. I think it's really important to bring in emotions, and let's discuss it during the next round. I saw some nodding and note taking, but I had a hand in the back from the only politician left in the room. You also want to make a comment?
Yes, I am representing one of the oldest NGOs, the International Women's Alliance of Women, founded in 1904. And I know European Women's Lobby for already 35 years. And that's my question, what is missing? I never heard something about women over 65. You know, I know there is a big discussion about able or not able, but women who are 65 old, they lack housing and warmth. So that was my missing point. And as a politician, I'm fighting for the mayor of Amsterdam, who is attacked misogynistic very much.
I'm with you. I'm also from Amsterdam. Okay, so many additional challenges were mentioned from the audience. Now the big question is, like, how are we pushing back? What are the strategies that you are already using in your work? And you probably have done some trial and error. Maybe you can share with us, well, like, what's working and what's not working so far in your experience. And I would like to start on my right with Catherine. Thank you. What's working, what's not working? So yeah, we've really invested quite a lot in, as I said, alliance building, and really, working together. I think making very clear how we understand LGBTI rights, as I said, as in the broader context of human rights, on the fight for democracy, and really building links there, and also supporting that on national level. So we had quite a number of projects where we're trying to really support LGBTI organizations to work more in alliances, to really, and also to look at the intersectionality. So we had projects where specifically looking at building bridges between Roma LGBTI people and Roma organizations, for example, and a few examples like that. So I can go into a bit more detail. The other thing I think that I would say is a strategy that is helping, is it working? I don't know, is really the whole area of strategic communication. I think the kind of always being a step behind kind of on our messaging, and yes, speaking to ourselves in a language that we understand ourselves has really been a big hurdle in the past. So we've been investing quite a lot in supporting national organizations in holding focus groups where they could really test their own messages. And I think often what came out, so again, like already 10 years ago when I started at ILGA Europe, it was just after the Croatian marriage equality referendum. I don't know, some in the room might remember that. And there it was really an example how the referendum was lost in the end, but the campaign really caught up quite well. And I think what was really a key success was talking to focus groups and finding out how the attacks that assumedly came from local family organizations that were concerned, were actually linked to, in 2 steps, Opus Dei, and how then actually activists, together with women's rights activists, were able to make the argument it might be about marriage equality now, it's going to be about abortion tomorrow. And I don't think that was a fear tactic, that was a really, real assessment on what's on the table. I just wanted to put one point, and that's maybe not so much what's working, but it came up a lot. The question of funding came up a lot. And I think we really cannot stress that enough. We can talk about strategies against the anti-gender, the anti-rights movement. It's an imbalanced fight. And we just need to look at the reality of organizations very often struggle to have maybe 1 paid staff. They're volunteer-based organizations that are then supposed to, work on campaigns and actually work on social acceptance. And these are especially the work on day-to-day work on supporting the communities in building social acceptance is the unsexy work that is usually not funded. So that's really a message that we're trying to give to national governments, but also ongoingly to the European Commission. It's really great to have many projects that look cross-country on, who are the actors and all of that. But actually, we have a lot of that already. A lot of research has been done over the last 10 years. What's often lacking is the funding to keep organizations going and to keep them getting stronger. Because also, if you're an organization that has some resources, only then can you start to build alliances. Only then can you start investing time in that. So it's these things that are very often underfunded and that would really make a difference on the ground.
Mary?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much for raising these issues as well. I think they're absolutely right and correct. And we need to be looking within ourselves as well. And I want to make the link with funding, because that's one of the things that happens when we're all jumping in to be funded. And when the pot is very small, you actually can get distracted. And because we have to keep the sustainability of not only the organization, but the movement going, that is a big risk because you're focusing in on the funding mechanisms. And that's one of the risks and one of the dangers. And I think it's something that we have to also think about more. But having said that, there is a massive problem of funding, and I would say sustainable funding, because, for example, in the European Women's Lobby, for the first time this year, we were able to fund some of our member organizations on the basis of what we call the membership activities fund mechanism, because through our operating grant through the SERV program, we were able to do that. But it was very fast and furious. We could only do it, the rules were extremely strict. Could only do it within a framework of 6 months. Now, you can't really change the world in 6 months, but nevertheless, you can set things in motion, but there's no guarantee that we're going to have that kind of seed funding over and above next year. So that's, these issues really have to be thought about in a holistic and also a long term. I think we need to start thinking long term and not just reacting to what's happening today. We need to do both, but we do need to have a long-term, not only vision, but also the means to put that in place as well. And it can be extremely bureaucratic. You can spend most of your time filling out forms, then having to do the whole mechanism of monitoring, and that's important. I'm not saying it's not important, because obviously to make sure accountability and everything, it really is important. But you can actually spend practically all of the time doing all of these form fillings and everything else, which is very burdensome for organizations at grassroots level, because they want to get on with what they're doing, providing services, setting up rape crisis centers because they don't exist, really filling the gaps, in fact, that national authorities should be doing. And that's really what they have been doing. And they've been taken for granted because at public level, they know that women's organizations or civil society organizations will step in and will fill those gaps, but so they stand back. So there is, that responsibility as well of who should be really providing the funding for the specific services and for activities on the ground. I think we need to also put that into the equation, because I think that some of the discourse of the anti-gender movement is saying that we're all getting money and what are we doing with it, and so they're going to start really looking at that much closer. But I think we need to hand it back and say, well, the responsibility is also on the on governments as well. And what we can see is in a lot of the member states, there isn't the institutional mechanisms that would really hold and support our work. They're not there. They're weak, extremely weak. So which transfers as well to European level. There isn't, for example, a European Council formation on gender equality. And yet there is one on sport, fish, and we've nothing against that again. But if you look at the treaties, there is a very strong competence in terms of gender equality. There's very little competence in terms of sport, for example, but yet the sports ministers meet twice a year. So these are the kind of contradictions, I think, that we also need to pull out. We need to make very clear and give visibility to those contradictions as well that actually don't support the systems. And then finally, just to say accessibility, completely agree. And what we've been, accessibility as well in terms of the language, the messaging, so important. So what we have started to do more and more is having all our publications, our messaging translated into all the languages. So that is an important step forward, I think. And then the messaging can be adapted as well to the national context. So I think that's really important. But again, it comes back to the funding, because we need to have the funding to be able to do that. But you're absolutely right. And I think the language we use, we need to be careful as well, because the other danger and risk that we see is that our messages can be hijacked by the populists and the anti-gender movement as well, which we have seen in the past. Say, for example, work-life balance. It was a concept that came from feminist movement, and it was hijacked along the way, but it's not at all what we would expect it or what we wanted it to be. So we have to be careful on all those fronts, but also capture what's coming out so that we can respond with our own messaging as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Camille. Do you use similar strategies for Planned Parenthood, or do you have a different set of strategies?
Honestly, I relate to a lot of what two previous speakers have said, of course. A lot. I might repeat then, so unfortunately, but we've always done what we call kind of traditional advocacy and communications work. So, working with policymakers at different levels to advance progressive policies and legislation. But in more recent years, we've invested more in innovative strategies to try to respond to this backlash that we've been observing. And we identified kind of 3 pathways to that. One of them is monitoring the opposition, monitoring the anti-gender and anti-choice movements. What are they doing? Who are they? How are they funded? And what kind of arguments do they use? So that was one thing. The other approach is very much supporting our members and partners on the ground, those who are really facing these attacks and who are, we think, best placed to make changes. And I'll say a bit more about that. And then the last pathway is about our narratives. So building effective narratives that can convince what we call the movable middle. So part of the audience that is not yet convinced, but is also not yet completely on the opposing side. And we found that a combination of these 3 strategies is quite effective. I'll say more about the supporting our members and partners on the ground. It is about giving them grants. So again, the importance of funding, I fully agree with that. And also through our SUR funding, we were able to support our members with implementing projects, campaigns, developing their own narratives to tackle what they were facing in that context, safety and security grants as well. and doing their own research about what kind of strategies are working or not. And then crucially also facilitating peer-to-peer exchanges amongst themselves. So we really feel like our role as a European network is to facilitate these exchanges across borders, to bring people together so that they learn from each other, because a lot of challenges are the same. A lot of narratives used by the anti-choice, anti-gender are the same. A lot of tactics are the same. So we need to learn one country to the other, and it's almost, you can almost predict what will happen. Once you see what's happening in one country, the same will happen in the next few months. So it's really important to not duplicate resources, to put them in common and document what works. And so a lot of our work goes into that, writing case studies, organizing online exchanges, so our members can share with each other. And really, we see that as building their capacity, their preparedness to respond to the opposition. We also, for example, run like crisis communication scenarios. So we try to imagine, like, if this happens tomorrow, how will you respond? What kind of narratives will work? What kind of very concrete responses can you give? What should be your main audiences? So politicians or parents, for example, if it's about sexuality education, how do you bring parents on board? How do you talk to the media? So yeah, very concrete strategies like that. And part of the projects that we funded are also about building cross-sector alliances, which Catherine has mentioned as well as a strategy, and which came from the audience, between the SRHR movement, the feminist movement, the LGBTI rights movement, and much broader anti-racism NGOs. So having this intersectionality perspective really matters. Including because in some countries there are divisions, unfortunately, within the feminist movement. And so we need to tackle that, and we need to speak as a united voice, which is not always easy, but I think we do it at the European level, and we want to support our members doing it at the national level as well. And sometimes it's learning how to talk to each other, and sometimes it's just agreeing on the common ground, what unites us, and defending that, because especially now in this context where there is more and more far right, that will be absolutely key. And we've heard from the politicians earlier that cross-party work is key. Definitely, we agree with that, and we have to do the same in civil society. Yeah, I'm a bit all over the place maybe, but just to say, yeah, so reducing this polarization within civil society is really important. I think supporting politicians is very important, to work cross-party. I think we have a role as civil society to bring them together and to not let these potential divisions that they will have on some issues divide them. So I think as an external actor, somehow it's easier for us to bring political groups together, to make sure that like-minded governments talk to each other as well. So we see that role as well. And then, yeah, and maybe on narratives, what we've seen is that, when you're faced with fake news or disinformation, there is a temptation to just come out and say, well, this is not true, like this is a lie. But we found that myth busting doesn't really work so well. If you repeat something that the opposition is saying, you might reinforce it in people's minds. So you have to stay on message. I think that was said as well, and address disinformation in a very smart way. The way we communicate, we try to be clear on our values, and also hope-based. So really share the vision that we have, the positive vision that we have. And we also use art a bit more and more. And I've seen in this project, that was one component that I really liked, the visuals. We recently organized an exhibition in the European Parliament where we showed objects shared by a wide range of people, symbolizing sexual and reproductive freedom for them. So I think through art, through exhibitions, we can also convey this hopeful vision that we want to.
Catherine, are there any other strategies that your organization develops that work? And are there maybe also strategies that didn't work or maybe that worked in the past but no longer work in a new political context?
Thank you very much. So in terms of, I want to also respond a little bit to a couple of comments, because we're at the time when we have a new commission. So you saw just recently, I've lost the days of the week, so it was very recently the new commission started. And the only equality ground from the treaties that gets no visibility at all is for older people. So older women, older people in general are not, there's no strategy against ageism or discrimination, or, you know, the only things that seem to be there are related to long-term care, which is not the only thing that concerns an older person. So I just wanted to recognise this statement and to say that so in terms of strategies, what we tried to do in EDF, and this reflects on one of the questions about acknowledging intersectional discrimination, acknowledging racism. It was brought up, is also an issue for the European Disability Forum. So we have done over the years, you know, training for staff, anti-racism. We've had workshops from ILGA Europe and also Transgender Europe on how to also be really inclusive of issues for different discriminated communities. We have, even at the policy level, earlier in the year, had a panel at our own board together with other anti-discrimination networks. But still, when it came to making our own strategy for the next years, we had members say, we really don't know how to do that, because we have a committee, a women's committee and a youth committee. We sort of know now what we're not doing right in terms of including youth, and we can go in the right direction. Also for women's rights, but for on other discrimination grounds, we don't know. So we're going to tackle this in a specific working group to dig more deeply into it. Why are we not surrounded by people with disabilities from LGBTI community, from racialized communities? We're not, you know, in our work. So this is something that's on our work plan, because I think it's important, not just on gender equality, but on on equality in general. That we understand each other and we listen to each other. And it's one of the reasons why in a busy week I said I would come here to listen and learn from other people, because we're all in sort of silos. I think it got worse after COVID. You know, this human contact that we had more with other people that we have less now. I was very impressed actually, and bravo to the organisers for having the different political groups, most of them represented in the previous panel, because indeed this is only how we found solutions, by listening and having people together. I think on the last thing on this, which is also a challenge for us, so we work cross-party also on disability issues. We're the Secretariat for the Disability Intergroup, but this also has to be, you know, with an equality lens, which isn't always straightforward when you work right across the political spectrums. So I think they were all the things that I thought of. And in terms of not working, actually, and this comes back to a speaker in the front row, is talking about a convention being enough to achieve things. This is clearly not working at all, because it was like a moment where you have the Istanbul Convention or the convention, and you think now we have solved the problems, and this is something which actually hasn't resulted in solving the problems.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, Anna, do you want to reflect on the strategies?
Yes, a lot of the things have been mentioned, and I want to say, first of all, for us, what's working is us working very, very hard. And that means that we work overtime, that we are not a kind of NGO that works 9 till 5, and then after 5, sorry, my office is closed. Like, my phone can literally ring in the middle of the night, because migrant and refugee women know that they can reach me on WhatsApp, on Telegram, on Facebook, on Signal, on Viber, on all kind of channels that real, ordinary women are using in their daily lives, because actually most of them do not respond to emails. That's the reality. They might not even have an email, or they changed and they forgot the password from the email. So we deal with a very, very not stable, not stable in a sense, economic situation, legal situation, family situation, group. And we need to account for this, and we need to be very flexible. This doesn't mean that it's good for our health, it doesn't mean it's good for our mental health or for our material health, but this is the reality. And, every time when I hear the conversation, oh, yeah, but we are underpaid. Yes, we are, but I'm also not working in a bank. This is an NGO sector, and I tell you, I come from a country where there is no support for civil society, where there is nothing at all that is offered. And we have to be, I think, appreciative of what Europe has. I spent the last 25 years in Europe, and I can say that there are democratic channels here that you haven't imagined in many, many other countries of the world. This is a beauty of democracy. Democracy is messy. Democracy is difficult. Democracy can be very, very uncomfortable. But this is something that you have as a gift that you do not have it in Russia. This is the simple fact of it. I also want to say what is not working, ignoring the issues is not working. Just simply saying, oh yeah, well, they're a bunch of racists who hate migrants, it's not going to work. And I had a lot of conversations with, let's say, working class Irish people who are telling me that, well, I have been living in a council housing my entire life, and my son is going to live in a council housing for his entire life. What do you want me to think about the housing crisis? And I cannot just say, well, yeah, this is all fake news. Your son hasn't been living in a council house. We need to have those uncomfortable conversations and listen to people and why the issues are being raised. And we are saying it as a migrant-led organization because for us, our target group is extremely important. But we need to have those discussions and honest discussions. I also want to say that for us, self-organizing of women, of migrant and refugee women, is extremely important. And somebody mentioned on the panel before about micro-feminism. We have in the second wave feminism term consciousness raising. We do a lot of it. We do it in small events, in small group conversations. We do it on WhatsApp. We do it over coffee. We do it over a glass of wine at night. We do it over dancing, and we do it sometimes over very, very difficult debates with women. And this is happening every day, and this is how we're building capacity of women and their understanding of their legal, political, and social rights. Because a lot of women, when they arrive to Europe, they do not know that they have the rights that we have here in Europe. It took us time to explain very, very basics, and it doesn't mean that comes from ignorance or laziness. It is because they come from very different political context, and such things needs to be introduced. And it's not just knowing; it's also how do you use it, where do you go, how do you report a crime, who is your ally, where is the organization who is going to open their arms to greet you versus somebody who will treat you with hostility. So this is what we do a lot. For us, political representation, self-representation of migrant women is extremely important. I honestly find it very difficult to understand when somebody says, oh, but it's difficult for us to organize, or it's difficult for us to find racialized women or migrant women. They are everywhere, these women. They're in the streets, they're in the shops, they're online. Speak to the women. This is what we do. We communicate with them. They are among us. But it takes time. You don't tell them, okay, I'm going to send you a presentation, PDF file, and you're going to read something about gender mainstreaming. And they're like, what? So you actually need to explain women things in very simple terms. You need to make it relatable to their lives, and you need to have some incentives. It's not like, okay, we're going to send you to do some work for us, and then it results in you losing time. You have to organize childcare, and we're not going to reimburse you even for your expenses. For example, we organized a panel in IGE forum that happened yesterday, and we had brilliant young migrant women from Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and Ukraine. Yes, it took Froher, who is sitting there, this is our officer in Brussels, she's herself Afghan. She spent hours and hours and hours building capacity of these women, preparing them, telling them that you're going to be great, it's going to be okay. If this question comes up, you build this in a very horizontal way, and it works. It really works. I also want to say that we need to be in courts. It has been mentioned before about, I think, from Greece, about abusive practices in courts. We have a lot of cases with migrant women. We have the whole situation with Hague mothers, so-called Hague mothers, who are getting abused due to the misuse of the Hague Convention and them being accused of being kidnappers of their children and losing custody of their children, and custody is going to abusive fathers. But it's not the only case. There are millions of other cases. This is why we decided, for example, to build a case law database. So we created the first in Europe, actually in the world, a case law database on fundamental rights of migrant women. You can Google it. It's www.womensrightsdatabase.eu. It has a legal cases, but we also analyze the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights from a women's rights perspective. And it hasn't been done before. And we were like thinking, okay, the Charter has been there for so many years, why this hasn't happened yet? So the legal work is very important for us. And the last thing that I want to say is that we need to clarify terms. Because so far, I even hear anti-gender. I mean, what does it mean exactly, anti-gender? I am anti-gender. I do not like gender because gender is a system of social hierarchy and the power of men over women. I'm not a supporter of gender. So I think we need to be clear. If we mean, the Istanbul Convention explanatory report says very clearly we should not be using the term gender to replace men and women with gender. But this is what's happening even in today's conversations. So let's be more precise, and I would even invite everyone to go back to the basics and go to the CEDAW, which has very, very clear language on substantive equality, de facto equality for women, women's empowerment. It's very important.
I would like to give some space to the audience, one or two comments on strategies. Are there strategies that were missing? And, there are a lot of hands. Yes, over there.
First, thank you all so much for this wonderful contribution. It feels really like warmly supported in times where there are so many challenges for all of us. My name is Leonie van der Tol. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm the national board member of Dutch Women Organization of Women with Higher Education. And beside that, I'm also a politician. I'm a city councillor and an EU councillor on behalf of the city of Dordrecht. I've heard a lot of things that we do recognize and a lot of valuable tips. Something I would like to add when making during the communication, we post and repost as much as we can as possible. But we have also an international women's network.
I'm sorry, you have to keep it brief because we're running out of time.
Sorry.
And we will have drinks, so we can talk more.
I was too much inspired by you. Thank you. Hey, it's so what we recognize that it's so important if, for example, women is attacked, that the women speak out, but also the male. You have male allies, and it's so important to speak out for each other, because then you will also feel supported and the other noises will being heard. Thank you.
I'm collecting some more people that didn't speak. Oh my goodness, so many people. Yes, in the back. Kato. You have to keep it really brief because we have 8 minutes left.
Is it on? Yeah, it's on.
8.
Yeah, just super brief. Hi, everybody. I'm Katarina. I'm a student researcher at the University of Amsterdam. And I was wondering about the future funding strategies, because with this right-wing wind blowing through Europe, like also in the Netherlands, many organizations have been getting messages that in the future they will be defunded from the state. And then the argument was, well, if you are a civil organization, if you're an NGO, and you're mostly funded by the state, it means you lack raison d'être, you lack public support. And I was just wondering how you would counter that and how you would react to that.
Thank you. I'm collecting comments. Yes, you? Maybe you can say your name?
I'm Camila Nobrega from the PushBackLash project, the team in TU Dresden, Germany. I will try to be very brief. We listened a lot about intersectionality, and I
thank you all for your work and everything that we have been discussing. But there is one thing missing that I would like to comment or like leave to think or ask. That is like for many intersectional scholars, activists in the Global South, it already means a connection with issues as social environmental justice, extractivism, and so on. So I would like to leave it because like the far right has been using a mainstream environmental discourse and offering so-called solutions. So I would like to ask like how can we talk about it?
Thank you. We have 5 minutes left and 5 panelists. I will give the panelists the last word. You all have 1 minute to respond to the comments from the audience or to reflect on future collaborations with academia. Anna.
How is it possible to do it in 1 minute? I do not know. I want to say on funding, there was a comment on funding and the future. I know that a lot of organizations maybe are shocked what's happening with the funding. We are not, but that's because we were never reached to start with. So for us, it doesn't come as a huge shock. And in fact, we have a policy. We would never take money from anyone who would try to influence our language, our terminology, our agenda, our positions and our principles, which are explicitly pro-women. And there are a lot of funders out there who came, not a lot, okay, I exaggerate, but some who came and they said, would you change this? Answer is no. But we, and our strategy is like this, we will do the work that we're doing anyways. But if we have money to do it, we will do it faster and we will do it better. And I think we have to stick to our principles as a feminist movement, no matter how much money we're offered. So.
Yes, amen to that. Catherine.
Then to move on to responding on what we have to learn in terms of international cooperation and thinking more in terms of social and environmental justice and going beyond equality and thinking about justice. This is also something which I actually am a little bit afraid that because of the environment and because of how we're looking around us and the space for improving legislation and laws that seems limited, that we will be less ambitious than we should be around justice, and I'd be happy to discuss that further afterwards.
Thank you. Camille?
Yes, I wanted to... I think what was said earlier about the far right potentially hijacking our narratives and values is very important, and the comment on femo-nationalism as well. So you have like very far right actors claiming that they're feminists. So I think that's something we need to focus on and develop narratives that respond to that and come out with clear narratives to distance ourselves from them. There were comments on men and boys also earlier, men as allies. I do actually see sexuality education or education on gender norms, on questioning masculinity, femininity as a potential solution to that. And then the question on how to work with academics, I think we need research into the strategies that do work. So maybe that's one call in investing in the counter strategies that work so that we can, that civil society learn from it and implement them.
Thank you so much. Mary.
Thank you. So I think the first thing is we need to work together, we need to stand together, and we need to be strong together. And I think this event, your project first of all, and this event, these are the moments of resistance too. So I think we need to see resistance in everything that we do, and we probably need to think through a resistance lens, but also, let's push back and let's come back. So I think we need to be really moving towards that kind of way of really working together. I think we all need each other. We all have something to give each other, because this is in everybody's interest. It's in all of our interest, but it's in society's interest. And I think it's about making the links as well between global south, global north, all of these. It's because we want to really come back to a society where democracy reigns and where everybody has space to live and to be free, free from all forms of exploitation, free from the patriarchal system. So I think it's an opportunity to really dismantle that and really put that out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Final word for Catherine.
It's a very big responsibility. So, I mean, yes to not letting funders dictate our agenda. I think we will all subscribe to that. I think also a lot of people mentioned it doesn't come by itself. I think we need to be explicit about being inclusive. We need to be explicit in rethinking our own strategies. We've done that quite a lot. I think it was mentioned remuneration also of like bringing people on board, learning from each other. All of this is really, really important. One last word, because I started with our statement on gender, and so I feel the need to respond to that. And Simone de Beauvoir was quoted before, and I would really say as a feminist, we cannot let go of the term gender, and it doesn't mean that we're not working for women's rights. I think the distinction between sex and gender has made a huge difference for the women's movement, and so I think we should not be pushed into thinking we need to give up that term, because otherwise we're not focusing on women's rights anymore in our battles. So that's maybe a last statement from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, we're out of time. This was really inspiring. As an academic, I'm not in Brussels and in these kinds of buildings and rooms so often. So it was a very interesting and very inspiring experience. And well, I hope we will have more of these kinds of exchanges in the future. Thank you so much.
Before I give the floor to Barbara for closing remarks, Barbara, excuse me, but I'd like to take advantage of having the floor, abuse my position, to make two remarks. One remark is that, I mean, I feel that one of the big conclusions of today, it may look very banal, but it's that we must work together more. I mean, even your last sort of remark, we must talk together, but we must work together more. A few years ago, I mean, more than a few years ago, about 20 years ago, I think it was in Framework Program 6 or something, the Commission financed something which is called the EPWS. I can't remember if I don't know if any one of you remember. It was the European Platform for Women in Science. I mean, they finance an office, they finance a secretariat and regular meetings, people who are producing a newsletter in a collaborative way by putting together information and so on. And there was a discussion between women in science going on. We must look for that sort of financing now, be it in the research program, be it in the right and citizenship program, or I don't know, but we must look for that sort of financing where we can have academics as well as politicians, as well as NGOs in an intersectional sort of way. So that's one thing I put in your mind, it's an idea. I mean, I will try and work a little bit on it, but if any of you have got ideas of how to get this financing, I mean, please let's get together. The second thing is, before I give the floor to Barbara, I would like us to give her a big applause for all the work she's done to organize a fantastic meeting. And I'm sorry, because she was not totally alone. I would like as well to sort of rate, I mean, Marie has been the treasurer, I mean, she's the treasurer of Gender 5+, and she's been working very hard as well on this conference. We've got as well Valentina behind here. Valentina is our junior researcher, you know. Chiara is our communication officer, and we've got our stagiaire, Marilyn. So, I mean, you have the last word.
Well, I always have the last word. Anyway, thank you, Agnès, and thanks everybody. Just to pick up on you, Agnès, I knew a politician, a commissioner who always said, a policy without funding is just poetry. So let's keep that in mind. I've been thinking of giving an informal closing, and then listening to all of you, it was so impressive, and the amount of strategies and just the observations and the new and enriching thoughts and tools that you were proposing. I can't summarize that, period. What we will do, however, we will write a report, we will take everything on board that you've said, and we will try to bring that into the public. And now comes my formal statement. And then you are relieved of today, and we have a reception. So, colleagues and friends, as we bring this remarkable day to a close, and on behalf of Gender 5+, I want to express really my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has contributed to this important dialogue. From our researchers, the politicians, the panelists, the NGOs, the Economic and Social Committee, and all of you as participants, you have made this conference not only an enlightening but a powerful call of action. Today we have examined the rise of anti-gender and anti-feminist movements across Europe, movements that are well-funded, transnational, and deeply intertwined with broader trends of right-wing populism. Yet we have heard throughout the day, this is not a story of backlash. It's not only a story of backlash, it is also a story of resistance, of hope, and of resilience. We began this morning by unpacking the narratives and strategies fueling the backlash against gender equality. The data presented with such precision reminded us of the stark reality we face, the political and the social institutions that influence anti-gender rhetoric and supporting it. But we also learned about the strength of democratic values when paired with the unwavering support of civil society and feminist activism. The sessions today have reinforced one fundamental truth. The power to push back lies in collective action, from the insight shared by scholars on the dynamics of anti-gender mobilizations to the inspiring examples of grassroots activism. We have seen the critical importance of partnerships between institutions, activists, and communities. Together we can counter the tide of regressive forces and defend the rights of women and marginalized groups. Our discussions on intersectionality were particularly illuminating. They reminded us of that fight for gender equality, that gender equality is not a single issue struggle. It intersects with race, disability, economic status, and other identities. Policies must address these complexities, ensuring that no one is left behind, really no one. As we shape our strategies, we must hold firmly to this inclusive lens. The dialogue with European institutions today underscored the need for robust legal frameworks, strong democratic institutions, and better enforcement mechanisms. We must demand more from our leaders, ensuring that gender equality remains at the heart of European policy. Projects like the PushBackLash project and others shared today demonstrate what it is possible when research funding and activism come together. Let's amplify these efforts across Europe. Our civil society panel reminded us of the critical role grassroots organizations play in driving meaningful change. From advocacy for reproductive rights to combating online hate speech, their work is the foundation of our collective resistance. But they cannot do it alone. They need sustained support, political, financial, and moral. As we leave this conference, let us take with us not just the knowledge gained, but a renewed sense of purpose. We know the challenges are formidable, but they are not insurmountable. To borrow the words of Charlotte Bunch, this time, not Simone de Beauvoir, echoed in our discussions, think globally, act locally. Let this be our guiding principle as we return to our communities and organizations. Let us remember the urgency of this moment. The backlash against gender equality is not just a passing storm. It is a calculated movement seeking to undo decades of progress. We cannot find complacency. We must act now, decisively and collectively, to protect the rights of women and marginalized groups, to safeguard democracy, and to ensure that the future is not just and inclusive, that the future is just and inclusive. Before we adjourn, I want to thank you once again for your engagement, your passion, and your commitment to let today mark the turning point, a moment when we decided not just to resist the backlash, but to actively push forward. Together we can build a Europe where equality is not fragile achievement, but a foundational value. Thank you all, and I look forward, we in Gender 5 look forward to continuing this vital work with all of you. Let us now join the networking reception where we can deepen the connections formed today and continue the conversations that will drive change. And thank you so much to my team. Thank you very much.